Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
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 Okay, great. Hi, everyone, how are you?
Good.
Good. So I can't see the board room, so I don't know if everyone's there, but it's 5 o'clock, so wondering if we wanted to get started with our first agenda item.
We're missing 2 people.
Yep. So we're missing Jen and Brooke right now. All right.
Okay.
Just Jen.
Just Jen?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Oh, hi, there you are. Well, we can chat a little bit. How's everybody's summer?
Fast.
Fast.
Hi, Brooke.
Busy.
Hello. What was the question?
Oh, just chatting until Jen arrives.
Oh, okay.
She said, how was your summer?
It was like a 30-minute lunch break. Yep.
Yeah, that is how I felt. I would agree. Well, I wanted to first just say thank you to everyone for indulging me in doing the assessment, Enneagram assessment. We were just thinking that might be a fun way to kind of kick off the year, just to do some a little bit of introspection, but also just get to know each other a little bit better. So did anyone have just any brief? I don't know, Kai, if you want to share what you sent to me about how it's not really in style anymore to do Enneagrams.
Something from the University of Michigan saying that, you know, the way it tries to categorize people is, you know, fairly instinctual to do, but that, you know, people are more than one of 9 categories. So I just thought that was an interesting sort of, I don't know, reflection on it or something like that.
Yeah, it is interesting, and that kind of the stuff that I've read about it too, they talk about how you are much more than your personality, and this is kind of a vehicle to just talk about your tendencies or your defaults or things like that, kind of an objective thing. So I think Rachel and Jason, you'd mentioned that you've done it for, I think you said work. You did it for work?
Correct. So it was timely when you asked about it because we are required to do it at my private company, where we just had to be able to identify what our working style was like and how we like to communicate with the outside world.
That's great. And Rachel, you said you've done it before?
Yes, I've done it in a variety of groups, like a mentor group and also in like mental health work as well as, I think kind of as Director Thompson said, it does not encompass everything that a person is, but can serve as something of a baseline to understand your or one's tendencies and then also potentially those of your cohort.
Yeah, nice. So we'll give Jen maybe about 1 more minute. I'll check in with her.
She's here.
Chair Andreessen, I'm here.
She's here.
Hi.
Yay. Hi, Jen.
I apologize for my lateness. It's faculty development week at Normanville, so I was buzzing over here.
Oh, nice. Well, now you're going to do some board development.
There we go. I'm just going to.
Developing all
Yeah,
over.
that's the theme of the week.
Nice. So I was thinking that just to get started, you all shared with me your numbers, and I thank you for that because I did a little graphic, and how we did it, just so if anyone's tuning in to see the workshop portion of this meeting, we just took an online Enneagram assessment, and you can just Google it and read it. It's kind of a fun way to get to know yourself, and then also people that you are in close relationship with in some capacity, whether it be working or in the community. And so we did that online, and then each of the board members, including Dr. Mary Peary-Reed, said that told me their numbers, and now I would like to just suggest that we go around the board table and just share your number, and then I will start sharing my screen. I created a graphic for all of us. And then if you just wanted to say one way that you think that type or that number resonates with you. And I'll start since I'm virtual. Oh, and just wanted to let everyone know that I am virtual because I have tested positive for COVID, and so I'm isolating at home. I would love to be there in person, but can't. So I will start. I am Enneagram type 1, called the Reformer, and we can go into the strengths and weaknesses of that number a little bit later. And I will pass it to Director Westmoreland.
I am Enneagram type 2, and that definitely resonated as I reflect on why I ran for school board, why I entered the education field in general, why I stay in the education field. This has really been at the core of it, this idea of giving and helping. And I think my understanding of how to do that has really morphed over time as my understanding of liberatory practices has increased. So I was not surprised.
And who's next to you at the?
Yep, let's see. Yep, so I was Enneagram type 3, achiever. I wasn't too surprised by it at all. I think I've done similar things in other places and had similar results. So yeah, I think it was useful to know that.
All right, I will go next. I'm Enneagram type 5, and that was the investigator, so that resonated more with me because even taking the Myers-Briggs, taking attachment styles, it all points to the same thing, is that basically I spend the majority of my time in my head, and I probably think too much before reacting.
Feedback. Hi, Shannon.
Yes?
This is Rhoda. I am Enneagram type 3, like Z, the achiever. And it says 3s are the most self-assured type of the Enneagram. That doesn't resonate with me super well. I'm not the most self-assured person that I know, but I am energetic, driven, and passionate, which are the 3 descriptors that follow. So that type, being that type, did not surprise me.
And this is Rachel, and I am Enneagram type 8, which is called the Challenger. And maybe I was not surprised. I've, as I mentioned, have done a little bit of work with the Enneagram Enneagram in the past, and so have seen different ways that being decisive and being willful and assertive has shown up in my life, and a tendency that type 8s have to watch is not letting assertiveness become domineering.
Great.
So, mine is, I was a number 1, the reformer, and it is surprising that that was mine because I feel that I really resonate more with the investigator and the challenger, but the reformer is, especially as like someone who's like rational and principled and have purpose. It does describe my character. So I was a little puzzled on some of the questions, as most said, because I'd also done these tests before. And so it was really, for me, it really depended on like the circumstance of the question. And so I kind of felt that I was neutral on a lot of them, but like had I had a little bit more context on like the actual meat of the question, then I felt like I maybe would have had like a different result. But number 1, the reformer, I will take it.
Thanks, Fred.
And I'm joining the club with a couple people with number 3, success-oriented, pragmatic type, adaptive, driven. I don't know, it mostly made sense to me.
Great, thanks. I don't know, can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. So I just kind of did, this is the Enneagram up here, like a visual reference for where we all fall on our board. And what I liked in particular about the image and the Enneagram is that it's in a circle, which I feel like is very appropriate for board work in particular, because we all are contributing and supporting and we work as a whole. And I thought it was interesting to just kind of visually look at where we fall. We're kind of heavy on one side. And the numbers too are also, the colors too are also on purpose. The Enneagram can be divided into different triads. And so I color coded them for that. And so type 1s, the reformers and the challenger, we are people that we think that we're driven by our head, but we are not. We're driven by our gut instincts. We're very instinctual leaders. And so I thought that that was interesting to be informative. And then also the type 2 and type 3 in red, you are people who are driven by your heart, which I thought was surprising for type 3, not so much for type 2 again. And then our lone color green is the investigator, and that is driven by leadership style that is driven by your head, the intellect. So I just thought that was interesting to see where we all follow and maybe how we interact with one another, and where we might be seeing some gaps in our board. Where we light, where do we have some really strong supports and ways of moving forward, and where might we need to put more of our attention? Does anyone have any immediate thoughts on that? Okay.
Shannon, can you repeat the question, please?
Oh, I was just wondering if anyone had any thoughts around how we fall out on the Enneagram as types, and kind of the triads and what our leadership styles are. Maybe we might have some gaps somewhere. Maybe we might need to pay more attention to certain types of style.
I have a curiosity. So this is the first time I've taken the Enneagram, and I did end up downloading my full report because I was so curious.
Nice.
But I've skimmed it. I haven't read the whole thing. And, like Kai was talking about at the beginning, this, of course, is like an indication of, how we might show up, what drives us, and of course, we are complex humans, right? And all of these different characteristics can be present at different times. So I'm reflecting on my experience as a administrator of the intercultural development inventory, and they have these things called trailing orientations, which is like you're in this part of the continuum, but you're like still kind of strongly reacting in these ways when you are confronted with certain stimuli, right? So I was thinking about that with the Enneagram. Is there anything like that where you're like a 2, but kind of a 9, or like a 6, but kind of a 4? Does that make sense?
Yes. So Enneagrams have a couple of things. So to make it more layered and complex, every type has 2 wings, and they are your next door neighbors on either side. So for type 1, myself, I have 2. I have type 9 as a wing and type 2 as a wing. And so throughout your life, you can lean one way more than another. So if I'm leaning into my type 9 wing as a type 1, I am the idealist instead of the reformer. I am, kind of more the peacemaker type. And then if I'm leaning into my type 2 wing, then I'm called the advocate. So there's that layer of nuance, and then there's also arrows with each type. So you see 3 lines. So for myself as a type 1, my area of growth is to type 7. So I can embrace the spontaneity and the enthusiasm of type 7s, and then I will be in my growth part of my Enneagram, and then the line leading down to type 4 is my area of kind of, I forget what they call it, disintegration, I think. So it's kind of when you're under stress and kind of when you're losing more of that, it's more of your challenged state where you're kind of more stressed. So then I would take on more of the characteristics of a type 4 when I'm in that state. So you can move around and kind of be in different spots. Did that answer the question?
Yes, thank you so much. I'm even more excited to read my full report carefully now. So I'm thinking about kind of the dynamics of board leadership and how stress is certainly a component. There are various pressures and how all of that impacts kind of like how we're showing up and what one of those wings is, flapping harder than the other one, so to speak, at different moments. So I think that's something that's very interesting for me to think about.
Mm-hmm. It is too also, I kind of listed out our type. And if people want to comment more on kind of how they're feeling about the way we show up as a collective, I also have some information about leadership styles and how these Enneagrams show up in more of that, if we're interested in that part.
Chair Andreessen, can I make a comment?
Yes.
So for me, I'm looking at the Enneagram, and I'm looking at all the different leadership styles. And I will say, in order for me to effectively think of ways that we as a board or as a collective, as I'm thinking about our collective leadership styles, to me, it will be based on like scenario. So for example, like if all of us had like the same question, like let's say like we all had like a scenario that was placed in front of us, and then we were each asked on how we would approach, like this certain scenario, that would give me a better understanding of each other's leadership style than to like look at the types to say, oh, well, Kai is a loyalist or Jen is a challenger. I think that I would have to have like that open dialogue to understand people's level of thinking and like their way, like their approach to things in order for me to say, okay, they think that way, let me respond to them that way. Or, kind of in that realm of like understanding each other's leadership. I think this is a great start, but I think like real life scenario or scenarios where we can kind of do something of that nature would help me understand folks a little bit more.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that we all kind of respond, like, as numerous people have said, we all respond in very nuanced and individual ways. We're not just, a number on a pretty little graphic. So yeah, I think that's really important. It also, I find it helpful though to think in these kind of higher level things when I'm, just to bring it down to board things is, for me, knowing that Jason has more of this investigator mindset, it then helps me to know that at the board table, he's probably not going to be sharing a lot of his opinions, right? Like I'm probably going to get those later after he's gotten more information, or I don't know if that helps, or that like I'm probably going to want to, like in my leadership, it was one of the growth edges is to put away some of the shoulds. Like I always want to follow the rules, right? Like this is how it's supposed to be done. And so maybe just knowing these little things about each other might be helpful when we're engaging at the board table.
Yeah, that's boundaries.
Yeah.
When I look at this, even the reformers, this has kind of somewhat tied to doing. And so for me in particular, a characteristic of an 8, and certainly a characteristic of me, is that if I put forward an idea, then like I have ideas about how I want it done. I'm not afraid to do work, to see things done. And it takes adjustment and remembering our role in governance to kind of adapt those personality traits. And I think, I'm not an expert by any means on the Enneagram, but having read through some of them before, that specifically the achiever and the helper has this like, well, I can do this, I can contribute this, I want to see this through, I want this to do well. You have an internal, like a compulsion to lend your efforts. And we have to kind of learn the right space for that impulse, or the right amount we can give into that impulse on the board.
Thanks, that was insightful. Does everyone feel comfortable? I was just wanted to go ahead and maybe just share a little bit about each type and leadership styles.
Sure.
Yes.
I will go ahead and do that. So type 1, the reformer. And this is from teachable.com, just so we know what our source is. Reformers focus their attention on what's right and wrong. So as leaders, they're great at determining the right course of action and leading a team with integrity. This focus on doing the right thing can also create hardship for the one, as they might hold themselves and others to incredibly high standards and be perceived as judgmental by their. So my growth edge, or one's growth edge, is to notice how many shoulds navigate your leadership style and find more time to communicate what you really want with your team. So then Jen, type 2, the helper, is that helpers focus their attention on the needs of others. So as leaders, they're fantastic at working hard to make their team feel cared for. They are great at the people aspect of work. This focus on others' needs can create dynamics at work where a 2 leader will work really hard to avoid saying no or disappointing their team. They might fall into the trap of believing it's easier to do it themselves than upset another team member. And so the growth edge for 2s is to pay more attention to your own needs and ask your team directly to get those needs met. You should regularly check in with your team members on who is responsible for what, and notice your impulse to take on more than your fair share.
I feel called out.
Do you? Do you? Yeah, I know. When I read that shoulds, I was like, oh no.
This is
I told that.
This is
Right.
excellent. Especially as like we start a new school year, right, in our various roles. So this is really good.
Okay, so now type 3, the achiever. Your leadership style. Achievers focus their attention on tasks and getting things done. So as leaders, they have a gift for motivating others and driving a project to the finish line. However, this focus on getting things done points to an underlying belief that their value comes from doing and achieving. 3s can struggle with slowing down, finding work-life balance, and recognizing when something has failed. So the growth edge is to notice how you might have a habit of exaggeration or softening of the truth. It can go blind to failure. You should recognize that admitting failure and expressing your frustration or fear builds morale and can actually build confidence in yourself as a leader. And now, type 5, the observer or investigator. I like investigator better. Leadership style is that investigators focus their attention on intrusion and what others might expect of them. They are often more comfortable with data and facts than people. This makes 5s more of a thought leader than other types. They often exhibit a unique capacity to gather data and information on their own and are excellent at remaining objective and rational in a crisis. The challenge of this focus of attention is a pattern of isolation and detachment as the 5 attempts to conserve energy. So their growth edge is recognize how your instinct to withdraw and withhold actually invites more intrusion. Practice being more forthright and stay present, which is, in the long run, a path to more energy and freedom. And then our last one is type 8, the challenger. So the leadership style is challengers focus their attention on fairness, truth, and empowerment. As leaders, they are strong and direct and are great at inspiring a team to take action and have an impact. However, as leaders, 8s have a tendency to become controlling and unintentionally disempower the people around them. They are driven to be strong and protect their team from a world they perceive as tough, but this often causes them to overlook the value in everyone's vulnerability, including their own. So the growth edge for 8s is to recognize that vulnerability is a strength in leadership. Let your team see your weakness, which can create more empowerment for everyone. So what about that leadership styles resonated with people? I kind of want to hear from some of the threes. Since that's our heavy.
So I'm not a number 3, but I'm a number 5. And what resonated with me is, yes, I do not like running my mouth in meetings, whether or not it's professional or personal. I prefer to sit back and observe and listen. And then, yes, I take in that information, and then I don't say anything, but I get the vibe when I'm at work, people want me to say something. My wife wants me to say something when she's talking to me, but I'm taking all of that data in when she's talking. Same with my kids. They have blank looks when I don't say anything, only because I'm listening and I'm trying to understand what they're saying. And then I think due to the fact that I spend the majority of my time in my head, I tried to understand what are they really asking? Because I think I tried to sift through all the BS, find out, are they getting to the point of what they're asking? And I think it's the same with presentations. Like if I'm at work, I need you to tell me if you're gonna lay people off or you're not. I don't care about all the other fluffy stuff, just get to the point. And it's more efficient for me if you get to the point versus if you tell me a monologue. So I think that's probably the detachment I have, is that I don't care about all the fluffy. I just give me what I need, and then we could both figure out what's the next step.
Interesting.
I think that's what makes you really good at policy work.
Yeah.
It's that clarity. So it's like bringing all the data together and then saying, okay, this is how we can move forward on it, right? It's like very direct.
Yes.
I'm thinking about how these styles can really inform like committee work and committees that people might be interested in or that might be a more natural fit. And I'm thinking like, especially at the beginning of board work, when you get this list of committees and it's like, I don't know, like this sounds fine. But if maybe we could use something like this to kind of like guide conversations around committee work and what might feel like the most natural fit at the beginning when you're just trying to get settled into board work. And then as you lean into your growth edge and want to try out new things, what committees or roles might feel like the appropriate fit at that time. So I think there are just a lot of interesting possibilities there.
Yeah, I like that. I'm just going to start calling on you by name, threes.
Teacher Shannon.
All right, so under threat, I will respond. Yeah, I mean, I think the exercise is good in the sense that it's important to understand that people think differently, right? And so something that's like intuitive or like, oh, of course you would want to do this, or of course you would want to do that, or how could you arrive at a different conclusion? Regardless of what number you are, I think it's important to, before you do anything, just to be like, okay, not that you have to like get out this matrix and be like, oh, well, there are 3, and then but just to understand, okay, well, hey, people think differently potentially, and it's there's things that you may not consider, and I think that is valuable and can actually be just as real as what you're thinking as well. So I think overall that's like the benefit, right, of this exercise.
Thanks. Is there anything about like the leadership style of the achiever or the growth edge that you thought particularly resonated with you or your board work?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it is interesting because I think somebody made the comment earlier that like board work isn't necessarily achiever work, right? You know, after that was said, I was like, I could see that. So it is something that I have to consider for sure.
But obviously there's like a lot of achievers on the board, so maybe they're like thinking about what are the ways that maybe the growth edge of the achiever is exactly suited for board work.
Yeah. Or is there a way to be like, okay, you know, you don't do this, but you do that, and you know, it's in the same similar order or genus, and like, okay, fine, that, right?
Yeah. Yeah, interesting.
Shannon, this is Rhoda. One of the things that leaders who are achiever types have to monitor is the impact on staff of being more task than relationship driven. Especially in this post-COVID space, what I am coming to learn about public school professionals, educators, school staff, and also students, is that there is a yearning for more of a balance between the social and the emotional and the psychological, the mental wellness aspects of work and learning when it comes to like getting the work done. So like, what is that balance between the relationship and the task and all of the ingredients that go into being healthy and productive in both spaces? So I think that I just wanted, I know I'm not a school board member, but I do think it's an important idea for us to contemplate as we think about how do we build the most successful workplace and productivity conditions for the staff that we serve, while also getting the work done, right? Because our kids need to learn and we need to educate at a high level.
Yeah, thank you for saying that, because I think it kind of goes back to, I think, a discussion we had before where I think as adults in this system, we can tend to get wrapped up in student achievement as a reflection on us. And having them perform for us, right? So that we know so that we feel validated in what we've done, right? So that's what that made me think of. But then also I was thinking about part of what made the pandemic so hard for people in, I think the teaching profession, at least this was just my observation, is that relationship piece was missing. And I think that made it hard for kids and for staff. So yeah, that's just my thoughts that what you said sparked in me. Anyone else have any?
Chair Andreessen?
Yeah.
This is Rachel. I found quite a bit of what you read to pertain to me. I'm kind of a pro of being a type 8, is that I pretty much always have an idea for what to try next, and I am pretty forthright with the things that I think about something, and if a restriction doesn't make sense to me, then I don't like to do it, kind of relating to the control or needing to control. And I absolutely do have kind of blind spot or that growth similarly to a 3 to value the emotional piece to it and to make room for that when it's not my natural inclination, and to remember that every single person does have a whole emotional world and vulnerabilities that are valuable, and it isn't something that naturally comes to mind for me, and that, out talking to a community member, my tendency would be to talk about, like, well, we did do this, and okay, what do you want me to do? What's the next thing to do? And there's a lot of value in hearing someone out and listening to how it impacted them and the things that they've felt since. And they don't necessarily always need an action plan, though I really like action plans. And I am glad that we're taking a second to think about this as a group.
Yeah, Rhoda's comments. Oh, this
So I was
is,
just saying thanks.
this is your friendly number 2. Rhoda's comments made me think about how we define success too, and I think we've had some really interesting conversations here at the board table about that, and then I've had really interesting conversations with students about that. And if we look at everything that's happening around us contextually, if we look at climate grief, if we look at the impacts of white supremacy, if we look at all of these systems of oppression that are bearing down, there's like a survival element that we're talking about, right? So it's not like, are you going to go out and get a better job? It's like, are you going to survive? And I think when we talk about that, it changes the conversation, right? We're talking about social emotional learning. We're talking about restorative practices and how we build community and repair relationships, because if we don't, there are great impacts in the community, right? And that extend beyond the school. So thinking too about like what does it mean in this current context to be a successful human? And in order, like speaking personally, for me to show up and do my job and do it really well and, earn a doctorate and all of this, I've had to attend to all of those other things in my life. And that is specific to my positionality and how I identify and move through the world. So I think like this definition of success too sometimes becomes really, really limited, especially in educational spaces. So I appreciate Rhoda opening up that conversation.
Thank you. I want to be mindful of our time. I'm really appreciating this conversation, but want to make sure that we're leaving enough time to talk about our next agenda items. So I'm not quite sure. Are we all ready to kind of move on to board goals?
Sure.
Okay, great. So I emailed all of you a document. I don't know if you can all open it up or not, but I will try and share it on the screen so we can follow along. Let me see. But I'm essentially just using our board goals document with the updates on, and just wanted to quickly go through, in particular, I think the going through and talking about our professional development as a school board would be a good way to start. So our first goal area is teaching and learning, and that is our school board professional development. And so I know that we are trying to do a board retreat, and we're figuring out how to do that. And this is kind of part of like a mini module thing, starting workshops early, focusing on us as as board members and kind of developing us as leaders in a collective around the board table. So yeah, just wondering if anyone had any other ideas, talking about, choosing a new book or sharing. I have something that I came across at the NSBA conference that I thought might be really good for us to dive into the resources. It's called the Dignity Index, and it's all about managing conflict in communities around potentially difficult conversations. So I'd like us to explore kind of the key actions part of this goal. Can you all see it?
Kind of.
Somewhat.
Any new glasses, apparently.
I can make it bigger.
I can see there we go. I could see
that
the first
helps.
line of each, and then I was like, oh yeah, I kind of remember what that was.
Our doctor's appointment.
It won't let me download it.
Yeah, Shannon, we were not able, or at least I was not able to. If I click on the document that you sent in our email, I just get this file format is not supported. So thank you for making it
Okay.
bigger.
Yeah, it won't download for me either.
Okay, I'll try and figure out a different way to send it. It was Google Docs, so I thought everyone could, but.
Anyway, I think we can see them now.
Yeah, so in the blue is our updates, and I think we all felt like these key actions were good. We kind of done it. Just wondering if we wanted to be more concrete about things that we're actually really going to focus on. I know that we had pulled out last year, understanding restorative practices and personalized learning. I think that there might be more wanting to dive deeper into assessments and metrics this year, but just throw out some ideas.
Shannon, specifically with regard to share their learning with the community during workshops and board member reports, we talked about potentially starting some kind of document or wiki about that, and then we also discussed starting a document of sorts that has opportunities, because at least several of us have missed a workshop opportunity because we get lots of emails, but potentially calling out hey, board members, if you're interested in this thing that's happening in Nashville or in the Twin Cities or whatever. That's something we discussed, and I don't feel like I'm the person who's most informed. I can contribute what I do have, but I would love to see kind of both of those documents started.
Could that be a broader resource repository that has podcasts and
Yeah.
books and
That's what
model
I think you said.
policy?
I think we had almost this conversation
Yeah,
a few months ago,
yeah. I think it'd be great.
and something that's
It could just be a Google Doc, honestly, right? We don't have to make it fancy. Just with different categories, and then we can all add to it.
And could that include speakers that we would like to see, or maybe invite folks to come in to talk to our board? Okay.
Sure.
Yeah, and I was hoping that we could do more of a, choose one or two things that we're going to focus on for our internal board development this year. I've already have an idea of bringing someone in to talk specifically about education finance in the state of Minnesota. And hopefully that would be, that's something that all board members would benefit from, but our community as well. So things like that, but I'd like us to have a low to no cost, because we have cut our school board development funds. So being able to engage in professional development, but at a low to no cost. So maybe we want to explore those opportunities now at the board table about what we'd like to select for this year.
I think some development around kind of the context around privatization issues nationally and how that impacts us in Minnesota. Thinking about vouchers and that whole conversation, I think it's going to be really important, especially given, you know, the political moment we're in right now, to really understand that and how we can be, as stewards of public education, really be proactive about that. Meaning not privatization, meaning keeping public funds in public education.
Yeah, I think that's an
So
interesting.
that's a topic.
And I mean, it's related just to school finance, right? But I think
So is this something that we want to do around our professional development?
yeah,
School board professional development?
yes.
Or would that be more down in fiscal transparency?
I think it could be in either category. But I think like learning about the mechanisms that, you know, electeds and that groups are using to push for privatization is really important and will inform our legislative action, coalition work, and all of that. And I think it's really important to know about the national context so that we can understand what's happening in other states, you know, the risks that we have here in Minnesota, that type of thing.
Okay. My COVID brain does not want to spell privatization. All right. I'll get it.
We know what you mean. It's all good.
Karen, can I ask a quick?
It is. It's like a lot of pressure.
Especially at a school board.
Chair and Jason, can I ask a quick
I'm just going to blame
question?
COVID. I'm just going to blame COVID.
Yes, as you should.
I don't know if it's public to share, but are you able to share what the budget is for professional development?
I don't have that right up, but we cut it, I think, Rhoda, was it by 60,000?
No, I think it's about 10,000 right now. So I think it was 20 and we cut it in half. We can double
Okay.
check and send the figure to the board.
Sounds right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that works. And
So yeah, we have to be a lot more mindful in particular. Like it was easy during COVID when we made that cut because you didn't have to travel for conferences. So I think that's where a lot of the expenses come. So just as board members, we need to be mindful of that more than before, which we were always mindful of it, but just saying that
Yep.
probably having speakers come might not be an option, but maybe studying their book and doing like an internal work study, or maybe having them come in just for like a 30-minute virtual talk would work, that sort of thing.
okay. And following Director Westmoreland's sentiments, I don't know if this will go under professional development or maybe under one of the other categories, but I would love to see if we're able to do some contingency planning, especially just around the political landscape and where we are. We have to be very realistic about, where society is. And I think it'll be really good for us to have plans in place so we can just stay ahead of the game and not be doing things as they're coming, that we can already be thinking about these things, communicating, plans or proposed plans to the community, or even just like working together as a board to say, okay, if this happens, what would be our response? I think that's a lot of work that needs to be done in order for us to be really effective this year.
Did that capture it? Awareness of community needs so we can be proactive versus reactive?
Yes.
Okay. And there is also, I like this idea of having a resource module, opportunity and resource module that we can create, because I'll put out that dignity project as well. But are we still feeling good about, like, do we want to replace restorative practices and personalized learning with something else? Or do we want to continue that goal?
One thing we've tried to do in the past is align our board goals to work that's happening operationally, meaning so that we can better understand and articulate to our community members what's happening in the district and in classrooms. And so that's where those pieces came from. Rhoda, I'm wondering if there are suggestions that you have of work that we'll be doing in the district this year that would be really important for the board to understand, either that relates to those topics or a different category.
Around restorative practices.
And personalized learning, or if there's just a different category altogether that we should be delving into so that we can really understand that and interact with community members effectively on that topic.
Well, we have a new specialist, Kevon Whitlock, who will be leading our McKinney-Vento work and our restorative practices implementation. So it would be good for the board to get to know her when we don't want to scare her right away. So maybe a little bit more time to just kind of get her feet wet and get oriented. And then she could, with Director Contreras and a few others, provide an overview. Because we did fully develop a restorative practices framework that we're hoping will be implemented district-wide. And it would be good for board members to know about that. And of course, innovation, design, and learning can always be at the workshop board table presenting on aspects of personalized learning. We have a milestone map that specifies what are the teaching practices that schools will focus on over the next few years, and is pretty prescriptive about what needs to be done while giving agency to schools to move at a pace that feels right for that area where they're concentrating. So we could introduce that milestone map to the board. Yeah, so I think probably the next step after you all develop this is for Chair Andreessen and I to sit down and look at all of these topics and then map them out against the workshop and board meeting schedule. And for things that we think are of greater interest to our public, either we highly promote them as being a workshop topic or we put them on the meeting agenda. We just have to make sure that we're not packing the meeting agendas with items that maybe can be covered during a workshop.
That's great.
Does that help?
A lot, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I am wondering though, so do we all feel like these two areas, restorative practices and personalized learning, are where we still want to place our focus? Or do we want to, I know that, there's been a lot of questions at the board table about assessments and metrics. There's a lot of information being shared, in particular at all of our sites, around the READ Act. Just wondering if we want to incorporate any of that into this, or if we just want to leave it as is.
Chair Andreessen, this is Z.
Yes.
In response to that, I think, I think it's good. It's a good thing that we're incorporating a lot of the metrics into the upcoming school board meetings. So I think we actually cover those. I don't know if we need extra effort around them, or else we will kind of overtip towards that, I would think. But
Okay, that's good feedback. So we feel like and then in particular, when we go to the next one that says best next practices, that might be another way in which those are covered as well.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So does everyone feel good about the rest of these?
Is it possible to make it just a little bigger? If not, it's totally fine. I'll squint as
No,
much as I can.
yeah, I will try here. So we have that we will share our learning with the community, and underneath that, we're creating an opportunities and resources module that's accessible to all board members and co-created. And then the last one is develop a system for identifying growth information areas based on questions we have received, issues we have discussed with community members.
Do we need to develop a system for that? Or can we rely on existing systems and then have kind of the main vehicle there be our agendas? So meaning, like, what does that look like? It means I hear something from a community member, I email Shannon and Rhoda and say, this is something that's on community members' minds. Can we add it to an agenda? I'm just trying to not create more for us if there's.
Well, maybe we could say that we are transparent about how that works. I think we do that at the board table.
Yeah, I agree.
We say we've heard about it.
Right.
So do we think that, I think that Director Roper, you did a good job of talking about having an awareness of community needs so we can be proactive versus reactive. Do we feel like that's covering this final one? And so we can get rid of that as an action item?
This is Rachel, and I think that we probably could. I would be interested to identify steps perhaps that you want us to for sure take. Like if you want us to for sure email you, Shannon, and then maybe do some expectation setting, because I know you plan agendas out looking somewhat far ahead. And I know in the past, Rhoda, you've talked about, well, we can't just drop this in the lap of the person that needs to talk about it. They can't come tonight to discuss it. So what actual kind of timeline a board member who has that concern could expect? I don't know. Exactly. So I'm not saying we have to get into that this second, but maybe either an email to us or in a follow-up. You could say this is how you prefer to, if there is an issue that you would like to see on the agenda. I know that was sent out by the executive assistant a bit so that we could give some of our thoughts about upcoming agenda, but maybe however you would like it done going forward so we're all on the same page. Chair Andreessen, that might be helpful.
So I wrote post a transparent action plan to respond to community concerns. Does that sound good, Rachel? And implement?
Yes, post a transparent action plan to respond to community concerns.
And now we have an ombudsman, right?
Yes.
Yes. So that's even better. We'll incorporate the ombudsman into this process.
Okay, sure. And that, yeah, it might even be helpful to a community member to understand if they do email the board or, I know we talk about this a little bit in anytime you're introducing public comment, but what the community can expect from us. That's one element of this. And then the other element would be a concern that a board member has, possibly that arose directly out of a community concern.
Great, thanks. Okay, just looking at time, did anyone have anything they wanted to add to this part, the professional development, board professional development? Great, well, thank you all. I really appreciate you digging in and engaging on this. So with that, if we didn't have anything else that board members wanted to contribute, we can pass it. I'll hand it off to Dr. Mary Perry Reed for the next agenda item.
Thank you, Chair Andreessen. So our next topic for the workshop this evening is a safety and security update. So I'll provide a framing, and then we do have members of our district holistic safety team who are in the in-person audience here in the boardroom, and then Chris Carr, who is our security consultant, will be presenting virtually. So I'll provide a training, and if those of you want to come up here, that's great. So we are soon to begin a new school year, welcoming nearly 7,000 students pre-K through grade 12, including Transition Plus, to our schools. So it's a really positive and incredible time, lots of excitement. And we want to make sure that our schools are safe and secure. Every student comes to school either assuming they will be safe or wanting, yearning to be safe. And we want that too. And to that end, safety and security is our absolute top priority. And we couple this priority with providing strong academic and social emotional learning within safe and secure classrooms and schools. I do want to mention that in Hopkins, when we talk about safety, we often use the term holistic safety. And this is because we recognize that we have to meet the needs of the whole child, and also because holistic thinking is one of our graduate traits in the graduate profile. Holistic means interconnected and well-rounded. So accordingly, holistic safety encompasses not just physical safety, but emotional and psychological safety, social and behavioral safety. Holistic safety also includes restorative practices. In fact, the Minnesota Department of Education all schools across the state to study and implement restorative culture and practices. Restorative practices are best implemented in schools that work proactively to build strong relationships with students. Because young people are more beholden to relationships than rules, it's really important that relationships underscore the work of teaching and learning. In addition to relationship building, restorative practices also include time for classroom and healing circles, attention paid to social emotional learning, and working with the whole child in ways that are restorative, not punitive. One myth about restorative practices is that they are used in lieu of or in the absence of behavior consequences. The truth is that we work very hard to hold students accountable for their behavior, and we use a variety of behavior redirection strategies, including talking with students privately when needed, referring students to counselors, social workers, behavior interventionists, and associate principals, referring families to therapeutic services or calling families to find out what kind of support is needed, removing students from class if absolutely necessary, although this does fall under the category of exclusionary practice. And although student suspensions are not allowed under Minnesota state law pre-K through grade 3, we do suspend older students for unsafe behavior. Unfortunately, and including vaping and or possession of unlawful chemical substances, physical aggression or fighting, assault, sexual harassment, etc. Before I turn it over to our security consultant, Chris Carr, and we have our Director of IT and Info Services, John Wetter, at the table, and our Director of Special Services, Fonda Contreras, at the table. We also have other members of our district holistic safety team in the boardroom here if there are super specific questions. I want to talk about some of the ways we are enhancing our safety and security practices and systems. Number one, belonging. Belonging is really important. We want each and every student to feel seen, validated, and truly affirmed as members of our community. And we need partners to do this work well. We currently partner with our cultural liaisons, including Somali, Spanish-speaking, American Indian, LGBTQ liaisons, as well as our equity and inclusion director, who also serves as our ombudsperson. Our growth goal is that all students, this means each and every student, particularly those who represent historically marginalized groups, will be seen, feel loved, and show up as their authentic selves. To help achieve this, we will provide more training to staff and learn from staff who attended the Welcoming Schools Conference hosted by the Human Rights Campaign. 2, communications protocols. Our district safety team is partnering with communications and marketing to draft a communications protocol for families and staff. This communication is being finalized and will soon be sent to families. The goal is for safety procedures and communication about school incidents to be clearly understood by all. 3, relationship with city, police, and fire. We are meeting with Minnetonka City and police officials to define what a productive relationship with the city as well as with Minnetonka Police looks like. Today, I really enjoyed providing a tour of Hopkins schools to Minnetonka City Manager Mike Funk, as it gave us a chance to explore what growing a partnership will take. We are also planning on quarterly meetings with Minnetonka, Hopkins, and Golden Valley Police and Fire. Our 11 schools are located within these 3 cities. And while these partnerships have yet to be fully developed to their full extent, the intent is to have more clearly defined relationships as well as protocols. So what are the procedures and protocols all entities follow if there is an incident or if they're helping us with an enhanced drill? 4, enhanced safety features. We are installing enhanced safety features in our schools. This is a multi-year project that you'll hear more about from Mr. Wetter in just a few moments. 5, and last, cell phones. Our school board and I received 7 emails just today, and only today. I don't think we received any more or any additional ones before today. I'm not sure. But anyway, from parents calling for us to attend to excessive screen time and cell phone use amongst our students. And this fact is for everyone to know. By March of 2025, all Minnesota schools and districts need to adopt a cell phone policy that is developmentally appropriate for the ages of students served. So in Hopkins, cell phones are generally school, very restricted in our middle schools, and more widely used at our high school, with the exception of quite a few classrooms where cell phones are allowed for academic purposes. In Hopkins, then, we'll take the next few months to review the research and assess our current practices, and we'll ask our community to weigh in on what our K-12 cell phone policy and school-by-school practices should be. We do know that excessive cell phone use has become a concerning issue for our young people, for their sense of mental health and also academic focus. And we just want to support our young people to be healthier. So we look forward to working with our stakeholders to define practices that are healthier. So I did want to provide a specific framing for this topic of safety and security update. And at this time, I'm going to invite Chris Carr to, Natalia, sorry, Chris, I think you're the one operating the slide deck. So Chris, go ahead and please continue. And thanks so much for being here.
Thank you, Superintendent Mary Perry-Reed, and I appreciate the time, even though I am virtual, to be able to present and discuss where we are with our holistic safety team initiatives. And as we've been working over the past couple of years to really make proper and effective assessment, prioritize appropriately, and make some really consequential and impactful decisions here, especially of late. What our conversation has been guided by over the past school year especially really has been aligning our work with the goals within our Vision 2031 different initiatives. We have a couple of very specific action areas that we had some different elements and places that we wanted to make sure we made some progress over the 2023-2024 school year, and as we are going into the 2024-2025 school year. Specifically within the vertical culture that the district safety team will operationalize modernized training and tabletop systems, building the capacity of school teams responsible for crisis prevention, over the past year, we have performed and activated an incident command structure within the schools. And so as we are going into the school year, each school leadership, each principal and the leadership team has and will have an established safety team that will be responsible for activating and being knowledgeable on the processes for effective crisis response. We went through here this fall, and we'll talk about this a bit more, but when it comes to training, went through some additional training with leadership, and then are moving into additional training mechanisms and curricula for the school safety teams here actually next week, and we'll be completing all training for all schools. We've made the decision to implement and bring in a curriculum that is really well designed and structured, of which myself, John Wetter, and Brian Stanley had the opportunity to go through training for the implementation of the curriculum known as I Love You Guys, developed for schools in particular through a nonprofit that developed out, and we'll talk a little bit more about the actual content within it, but was really built out for school safety. I Love You Guys was a nonprofit started by a family who lost a child in a active violence event at a school out in Colorado. And so that was kind of the catalyst for them to be able to take on this initiative. And then as we are moving into the school year and then looking throughout the school year in terms of continuing education for crisis response, and then being able to provide tabletop drilling mechanisms, all of which fit under our umbrella of culture for the 2031 goal. Finally, talking about our operational elements, and John Wetter will speak a little bit more in depth on these pieces, but being able to finalize a contract with an integrator for video management upgrades, which we have been in dire need for, and being able to, through the course of the last year or two, prioritize our next major capital expenditure initiatives, designate and allocate budget dollars within the existing operating budget, but then also being able to look envisioning what might be some larger scale capital expenditures that will ultimately provide a more proactive and supportive technology structure for our staff and faculty as those tools are being used to create a more safe environment. Finally, as we are looking at visitor management systems, we currently have that as our next phase, following our work with our current video management integration, and that pricing has been requested. We've done some outreach within our integrator that we'll be talking about later, and will be providing us some information so that we can be looking at building in a comprehensive visitor management system for technology for anybody coming and going within the schools, and being able to effectively track and determine if there are safety concerns with any individual. Just to take a moment and look at what the training that has taken place of late for a little bit more in depth. June 13th and 14th, a leader training was provided for leaders across the schools with specifically within the realm of Jewish identity and anti-Semitism, and how to navigate some of the complex and difficult conversations within that spectrum. And that training took place, was well attended. And most recently, during our leadership retreat, we provided a safety and crisis response training to kind of showcase what the materials are that will be brought into the schools here over the next couple of weeks, and both as material collateral and ongoing training and communications resources built out through the I Love You Guys curricula. Happy to share those website and additional resources as people are interested. We do have a full week of blocked out. I think we have every single day of the week have one of the schools safety teams going through that training. So we will be talking through elements such as new language around what the different types of crisis response might look like, and then going into things around de-escalation, crisis reporting systems, and effective communication strategies. Additionally, some behavioral risk assessment pieces that we have already trained and will continue to train, and with different settings, and then giving them some structure for building out what we call tabletop drills. How do we create scenario-based situations that we can get all parties around a table, provide a realistic scenario for crisis response within the school, and then talk through and workshop what all of the parties would have responsibility for, what are these opportunities, what are the assets, and what are potential areas of vulnerability that we might need additional support, training, or resources for. And then being able to implement those tabletop drills throughout the year and be able to do those in a quarterly structure. One of the things that we have really prioritized, and I know Brian Stanley, had he been able to be here tonight, would have been able to speak to this. We've been really working with each school to establish and train this incident command structure within the schools, and to make sure that people understand what roles they may fill. This is a document that each school has been asked to complete on their school's behalf, and then have all of that information consolidated. There are links to the roles and responsibilities of each particular spot, and what those things look like for our leaders, so that when there is an incident that takes place of even a minor scale up to something more significant, people know their roles, know their expectations, so that we're not working on those things in the midst of a high pressure scenario. A couple of other resources that are currently being trained or have been pursued is around risk assessment, specifically around self-harm and suicide. The Columbia Suicide Severity Rating Scale is a tool that is being trained within social workers, and I believe in several other positions within each school. These are well tried and true scales and assessments that have been used, and most schools are using some variation thereof for proactive risk assessment, that when an ideation or a concern is being raised, that we are able to be proactive in engaging and provide resources and support for people before we get to a place where there may be a need for escalated response. Same scenario in terms of when we talk about behavioral threat assessment and management. That is more of an externalized threat, and that can take a myriad of different structures and present in a lot of different ways. The Secret Service materials that have been done and developed over time, there really has been a lot of good work done on a federal level to create resources for schools and nonprofits, et cetera. So we're utilizing a lot of the behavioral threat management. I myself have gone through a number of different trainings around this, and that has guided our work to provide that threat assessment process and evaluation, and requires us to also have good partnership and communication with our colleagues and community partners in the local police departments, as well as in technology, so that if there is communication through especially district devices around some type of threat or implied concerns or escalation that we're able to intervene. Ultimately, our goals are within all of these pieces are to prevent a situation from requiring a crisis response. Unfortunately, we spend a lot of time on response and not as much on the proactive side of things. And this is something that as a holistic safety team, we have really leaned into very heavily, and is on the side of innovation in terms of how schools are operating. This is the curriculum in terms of our I Love You Guys. We have had some internal crisis response manuals and materials that have been existing in schools for some time. What we really wanted to be able to do is streamline and simplify the material and the directions and instructions for students, faculty, staff in the midst of crisis situations. This language does not supplant anything that the Department of Education requires of us, but this is for our internal, and this information is also being shared with our local law enforcement and first responders, so that when we have a scenario that matches or a hazard that requires a crisis response, we have very definitive, clear language in communication so that people know exactly what to do, when to do, and how to activate that particular piece. These are the 5 different tiers of crisis response that may be required under a variety of different circumstances. These are things that are already happening in some way, shape, or form. But what we found was in the midst of situations that different language was being used, and sometimes that language would cause confusion or a misunderstanding about what was actually taking place and what was required of different response. And then also communication back into homes. So if a parent hears, oh, this particular situation, well, we're in a lockdown. Well, we might not have actually been in a lockdown. It might have been more of a stay in place. This is going to change that language so that we have a clear 5-step or 5 categories of what that response looks like. And everyone, parents, students, faculty, staff will all be able to speak the same language and understand exactly what took place if there was a requirement of a crisis response. This material was created specifically for schools to deal with a spectrum of resources or a spectrum of crises. We're moving from our prior language and transitioning into this more standardized process so that every school is using that language and that our first responders know exactly what we are using. I'm happy to share that we have within our upcoming trainings representation from Minnetonka Fire Department is going to be participating in some of our trainings, and Hopkins Police Department will have representation within some of the school site trainings for this material here for those Hopkins, the schools in the Hopkins city limits. And that will allow us to have that simplified process and communication, and then provide that accessibility. We have a number of different slide decks as well as videos that are specifically structured for different audiences, including middle school and high school students, if the schools choose to use that as a training tool. So I'm really excited about where we're going with that I Love You Guys training and how that is going to roll out. I'm going to actually pause myself and invite John Wetter to speak to our technology work that we're doing from a safety and security perspective.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. A couple of the pieces that Chris mentioned early on is we are getting ready to engage with a security partner to start enhancing the technology and hardware systems that are backing some of these movements, as Chris just enumerated. The first one that I'll discuss is our new video management system that we will be implementing later this fall. This video management system is really leaps ahead of where our current system has been at. For example, some of those new enhancements in the system I delineated out here on the slide of being able to do a quick search of a person wearing red backpacks between this time. So oftentimes when you hear a developing situation, you have very partial information, just pieces of it. It was a person wearing a red backpack and jeans. It might be the best information you have at the time. and being able to immediately start searching some of the cameras to see if you can try to build an understanding of what either was happening or is about to happen really helps to move you into that response position much faster and able to get on top of whatever incident might be either occurring or about to occur. For example, you can also do based on what they're wearing. Someone went, you can do a search of someone went through this door and then through this door, searches like that. While we are planning to install some new cameras in some of our areas. That's a small number overall. We're mostly repurposing the cameras that are currently in place and moving to a new infrastructure back-end system that will process all that camera footage and also do some moving of some cameras to try to improve coverage through our schools. The new system is a cloud-first system, but ends up being a hybrid system to help process that video, some of those old cameras that we still will be using. Along with that system also builds the base infrastructure software framework to integrate additional sensors going forward. So some of those sensors might be vape detection sensors. Many of those sensors also can be setups to alert for loud noises or safety words being said in the spaces. So they have additional options there as well. And again, we're building that response framework from a software perspective to really help be that force multiplier around the standards and the responses that Chris just mentioned a couple minutes ago. That contract is coming together now. I believe it's on the approval this evening. And we'd be looking for install to begin later this fall with those immediate systems. And as Superintendent Mary Perry Reed mentioned in the framing, that is what builds us that groundwork for then some of those next systems like that visitor management system to integrate right into it. So you have the integration of visitor management plus camera footage or some of those pieces that now can integrate together. So we're building that base framework to begin with here, and that will be able to grow over time as our needs change and as we add in additional elements to help with our response capabilities as well as our detection capabilities.
Before we open it up for questions, I want to apologize, Director Contreras. I was supposed to introduce you first, and then Chris Carr, and then Mr. Wetter. So apologies, and if you could add what you were planning to add to this presentation, and then we'll open it up for questions. Thank you.
No worries. Good afternoon. So one of the things I was going to talk about is just the purpose and structure of the Holistic Safety Committee. So we meet twice a month scheduled, and then if there are emergencies at sites or incidences that we need to debrief, then we add meetings in. So one of the structures that we are adding this year, we try to have debriefs with teams soon after incidences happen, but we are going to automate it so that if an incident happens during the day, no later than the following morning at 7:30, we will have a debrief with the teams. And so at each site, and so if we get it in the day, that's fine, but no later than 7:30 the next day. And the rationale is so that we can go over what happened, kind of run it back and make sure that we are responding in the best way possible to keep our schools safe. Our team, like I said, we meet twice a month at a minimum, and we want to make sure the goal is to make sure that our sites feel confident and are consistent with crisis responses. So we want to give them the tools so that when situations happen, they can manage it, and then we give feedback and support as needed based on what the incidences that happen. So those are some things. And we know that the research, so when these trainings happen at a national level, one of the best indicators of reducing crises when it has to do with mental health is making sure our students feel connected. And that is why proactively we put the SEL, social emotional learning, in place so that students and staff feel like they belong. That's pretty much it. But yes, we really want to make sure we're doing our debrief meetings more consistently to support teams. So if there is new learning needed, we can give them what they need.
Thank you, Director Contreras. Thank you, Director Wetter. Thank you, Mr. Carr. And we'll open it up for questions.
Thank you for that presentation.
May I ask a quick question? So for as far as the safety plan, is there a plan to include community violence prevention organizations to support with some of the planning around the safety plans? Because I know that like some of the fights that happen inside like the high school or even middle school is coming from the community, and I think it'll be really important to include community voice in those interventions, especially the seasoned leaders who are doing this work on a daily basis. And then the second question is, for the technology that's happening, I know maybe like on Facebook, we may get fake or, sometimes some proxies accounts that may say there's like a school shooting or want to bring a gun or something. Is there a way to target that exact account that spread that fake news that kind of spread it amongst like all the students? Like, is there a way to detect that with this new technology? So that was a two-part question, different question.
I'll tackle the first one, and John, you want to tackle the second? So the first one regarding anti-violence community organizations, it is a great question because I think that's one area of growth for us, is to identify some community-based organizations that can help us. And there might be a couple of barriers. One, they are frequently located or work in Minneapolis and St. Paul. And I know that Minneapolis and St. Paul schools maybe utilize these organizations more, or the proximity works better for the staff of those organizations. But I think that doesn't preclude us from trying to identify some partners that would be excited about working with us in Hopkins. We do have one organization that we currently partner with, although funding is an issue. That's the second issue, is funding. For example, Change Equals Opportunity, the CEOs, we had a 2-year relationship with that community-based organization, first at our high school and then last year at West, and we had three staffers at West, and we were only able to afford returning one. And so I think that identifying organizations, and perhaps if they are grant funded and could offer services at no cost or at low cost to us, that would be ideal, and it can be the work of our district holistic safety team to perhaps identify some viable solutions in that area. So thank you for asking that question.
I would like to add too, I think our caregivers have been very responsive. If they hear something, that they say something, especially when it has to do with social media and the widespread use of where it's gone over the last 5 to 10 years. And so caregivers are really good about, if they hear stuff, that they do notify school teams.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking too about collaborations with Hennepin County. So some of the community-based organizations that Dr. Mary Perry Reed was talking about actually have contracts with Hennepin County. So I'm thinking about the embedded social worker in the Hopkins Police Department, how that's like a joint funded between the city of Hopkins and Hennepin County. I think we need to think more collaboratively and strategically about the intersection between the county and school districts, especially when it comes to these relationship-based preventative measures, because oftentimes these community organizations are really underfunded, or they have to piece together contracts between different school districts, the county, some are working directly with cities. So if we could get a more collaborative structure in place, that will, I think, allow us to use resources in a better way. And I have a couple meetings lined up within the county to talk about that next week, and so I will report back.
And to the second part of the question, I'll let Mr. Carr start with a couple items, and then I have a couple items for that as well. So go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, and I think this actually speaks to both the first part and second part, in that we've been able to partner with the county, and specifically with Hennepin County Sheriff's Office has established they've done a number of different particular groupings of partners across within specific disciplines. So I network with a group that represents school district safety and security staffing all across the metro, and those resources and partnership in the event that there is some type of, to the second piece, some type of a threat or one of those, swatting types of communications that where the email or social media is putting out a threat, we're able to do very real-time and efficient communication with those partners and resources if other districts have experienced it, as well as with the analysts within Hennepin County Sheriff's Office who are able to say, yep, this email came from this particular country. There's not really any substantive concern associated with this particular individual because of A, B, C, and D. Or if there is something that is more concerning, it's able to be scaled, but it is a tight network of communication, both public, private sector, who are providing that type of information. And so that network also does provide support for being able to provide early intervention if there is some type of a risk or crises that would have impact within a particular family or even a broader community. When we've had some situations that have had a broader reach within the county, on the county level, we've been able to do collaboration with other school districts, with other leadership, and be able to share resources, share communication, information in the moment to be able to assess and de-escalate a situation or scenarios because of those relationships across districts and across organizations.
And then I'd add on to that with some of the online threats and some of those pieces you talked about, whether it's posted in a Facebook group or somewhere. Many times when we hear those, that also has to go through our evaluation criteria around if there is a specific threat being made in social media, or is it someone just talking at that point, or is it even someone that is local? That's where we would then move that into that threat evaluation matrix that we talked about earlier on here. We do that whether that's an in-person student, whether that is coming from online, as you mentioned, Director Roper. We're seeing some of these pieces come from an online into our schools, and then perhaps back to online, and kind of the revolving path there. We do work with, if there is false information, it's a slower process than it used to be with some of the way some of these pieces have been adjudicated now, with how quickly organizations like the safety team at Meta is able to interface with us and do investigations and find whether something was fake information that was posted online or whatever that might look like. So that has slowed down some from what it used to be. Meta being the parent company of both Facebook and Instagram, where a lot of that traffic is being done, that has slowed down from what it used to be. We still have conversations with the safety team at Meta, but it's a lot slower than it used to be just because of some of the pretty involved processes that they need to follow now as well. But yes, we do keep an eye on that. We also look in our, the groups that are going on, that's a fairly manual process. There was at one time a promise of there being software to be able to do some work around that. Some of our neighboring school districts did move into those contracts, and as I understand it, I think almost all, if not all of them, have ended those contracts, and now it's really not seeing much value in those right now, because most of these conversations are in private rooms or groups, whether that be, a group of just a few students, or whether that be a group, more of a community group. There's still private groups that you would have to be part of for that to really be able to bring value to that understanding. But yes, we do see some of that information come in. We also have the very real piece now. Whenever we see some type of a larger incident, or even the possibility of an incident, we almost always now see both a physical as well as a cyber response to that. Whenever there's some large physical incident that either has recently happened or is happening, we are now seeing a reflection of that also in our cybersecurity posture as well. So oftentimes when there's something and the team is engaged in an incident, whether it be at a school or somewhere in the community, we are engaging our threat handling team from a cybersecurity response as well.
Thank you for those responses. Those are very helpful.
Chair Andreessen?
Yes.
I have a couple questions. I will try to limit it to be respectful of other board members' time. First of all, thank you all for your time tonight. I will say I'm disappointed that this was on the workshop when, I think fewer members are watching versus being on the actual board agenda, when the public could comment, and, we believe in hearing from our community and that it's crucial for implementing Vision 2031. So I hope we'll revisit this topic again on the actual agenda. So my first question, I suppose for Dr. Mary Perry Reed, you mentioned that the Minnesota Department of Education is asking that schools implement restorative practices. Now, how do they have a document that maybe you could share with us that has their definition of RP and maybe some of their requirements? And in general, how different is what they're asking from what we've currently had as our practice?
Thank you, Director Thompson. And I do want to just address your first piece. I think we are happy to put agendas on the actual meeting that reflect where concerns might be in the community, and we can all work together on that, because I think we all have access to those board documents. So a signal from any of you to have us shift to that, shift a topic to a meeting agenda, we will respond to that immediately. And then, yes, so if you go to the Department of Education website, there is a webpage on restorative practices that offers a very clear definition and a lot of resources and the names of folks who work in that department. And we do have our framework drawn from and aligned to the definition and the resources that MDE provides.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And then just sort of from my understanding, are there times or instances or incidents that occur that would be out of scope for RP to address, or is everything handled through a restorative manner?
Do you want to tackle that? That's a really good question.
Yeah.
You can go, Fonda.
I think a couple things. The three main overstructures of RC, without going too in-depth, is it practices the development of a restorative mindset, it builds community, and repairs harm. So it does not mean it's the absence or replacement of building structures, teaching behavior and holding students and staff accountable. It doesn't dismiss any of those things. It should be paired so
So if
that
we-
everyone feels safe and belonged, so that everyone feels safe and as if they belong at sites. That's the main focus of RC. It doesn't replace like structures and having like classroom systems in place and consequences if needed. None of that replaces that.
And also, thank you, Director Contreras. Also, we do not force people into restorative practices. So if there is a very egregious situation that happens in a school or a classroom where maybe one or more students are harmed or an adult is harmed, whether verbally or emotionally, physically, yes, we will respond with a consequence that matches that level of behavior, and we will talk with both parties separately to find out what is their level of willingness to come together, if appropriate, to be in the same space again and to have the aggressor repair the harm and the victim engage in that apology and in that repair. And so this is especially important when the situation doesn't call for the permanent removal of a student, and students are eventually going to need to come together. So we have many situations that happen where students on both sides, parents on both sides, teachers and staff on both sides say, yes, I want to come together and I want to have that conversation. And this could be before, during, or after the consequence has also been administered. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you very much for that. And then my final question is, and we had seen that slide with like, here were the meetings that took place over the summer, and here's what's happening between now and September 6th. I guess one thing that I didn't see there that I'm wondering if it has been addressed or thought of is around refining, improving the communications plan for parents, for students, for community even, around in the Hopkins School of like, if an incident occurs, what's the communication plan? So has staff been working on improving that at all over the summer?
Yes, and so there is a draft of that, and we're waiting to get some feedback from site leaders so that they can put their eyes on that too, and it covers every situation, like if it's a medical, if it's a fight, like what is the minimum communication? And not all things due to HIPAA will be shared, HIPAA and FERPA. However, there are some things that we can share. So, yep, so we're drafting that, and
glad to hear that, okay.
Yes.
we hope to have that out soon. And sorry, we've had some long slides, but we shared that a little bit earlier, so sorry if it wasn't highlighted. But we definitely plan to address that. But we drafted it as the holistic safety team, along with our MARCOM director. So we do want our site leaders to put their eyes on it to see if we missed anything.
Okay, thank you.
Chair Andreessen?
Yes.
I don't have a question.
No.
Oh, sorry. I don't have a question, just a comment related to Clerk Thompson's comment. I think one other area around communications is also, upping the tempo as quickly as possible, right? And I know that we have to get it right? So I'm not saying just push something out ASAP, but I think that is one aspect that the district can potentially work on, right? And I think it gives parents some more confidence that, okay, yes, they know what's going on, they're sharing what they can, and it's truthful, and they're being forthright, and like that does a lot to improve perception. So just something to consider. Thank you.
Thanks. I just wanted to also say that I think that going back to restorative practices, I think that this is something that our district has been working in partnership with MDE for a number of years around, and then there's also some overlapping between things that are already in place in the district and have been for years many years around multi-tiered support and interventions. So I think that restorative practices sound new to a lot of people, but it is not something that is new to Hopkins by any stretch of the imagination. I think we're just, we have much more of a framework now and a shared understanding of language in order to talk about it more as a community. So I just wanted to put that out there, that this is not a new thing to us in Hopkins. Are there any other questions?
Can I ask one more quick question?
Yeah.
So as far as the safety team or just like the meetings, is there going to be a schedule for the committee on like when those meetings are going to take place? Like, are they going to be more frequent this year? Because I don't think we met last year, but are they going to be more frequent this year? And then two, is there an opportunity for the committee to have parent representatives on there? So maybe just like a parent or two to be on there just to give their perspective of, you know, how they would like to see safety or just contribute to the conversation around safety. So then that way that perspective is represented in that communication or in that committee. So then when we are speaking with parents in the district, we can, you know, indicate that we do have parent voice on there to provide, you know, a fair perspective of safety.
It's a great question, because there was, you know, on our list of committees, there is that safety.
I'm sorry, were you done asking your question?
Oh, yeah, sorry, yep.
That
I'm sorry.
Safety and Security Committee, and it's only yearly now, and it used to be monthly. And so, yeah, the question of could that meet more often, I think is a great question.
I think,
So was your question, Brooke, is that committee going to be meeting more frequently? And could parent voice be represented, parents be represented on that committee? Was that your question?
Yes, those are the two questions.
Okay, thanks.
so the current state is that the team, the district holistic safety team meets every other week. What we could do to improve that experience is either invite you, Director Roper, and I don't remember which other board member signed up for, okay, Director Zhao. So we could either invite the two of you to all of the meetings and you come when you can. We can also have parent involvement. That's easy. We just need to determine who might be able to help. And Chris Carr is also a parent, so he has that hat. Or we could continue to have our biweekly meetings and then perhaps set up a quarterly structure where the members of the district holistic safety team invite a number of stakeholders to sort of provide a summary or a check-in on what we've been doing for the last 9 weeks. So we're very open to what would feel good for our community and for our community members to feel like, okay, there's board involvement, there's parent perspective, even student voice I think would be really helpful. So we are open to that. So I think one thing that maybe we should do is have Directors Roper and Zhao come to a district safety team meeting, and then we together will decide on how we might want to organize ourselves. Does that work?
Yes, that works. Thank you so much for that.
Okay.
Chris, did you have something you wanted to say?
Yeah, just real briefly, I think that's a great idea. And I think, you know, our biweekly meetings at times can be kind of get a little in the weeds in terms of like the technical, okay, we're working on this particular project. But I think being able to, and certainly not from a standpoint of transparency, more just from making best use of providing summary and what are we working on and where are we going, and being able to take time to elicit and engage in conversation. So as frequently as we would like to, and I think it'd be great to have you know, the school board representation within the meetings, and then to be able to create some consistent open open dialogue and/or, including parents and those present, those different voices. I think that'd be an excellent plan, and I think we can, as we build that out over the course of the year, we can do it as frequently as people are feeling is effective to make sure we're having full transparency and people know what we're working on. That'd be great.
Great. Thank you. And I think too, I like that you mentioned student voice, because I think oftentimes when I speak to students, I hear a very different perspective than what I'm hearing from parents. And so I think that it's part of our purpose as a school board to center student voice. So having them involved in this, I think, is really important. So thank you for bringing that up. And we've got a minute until our next meeting starts. So before we wrap up, any other questions?
Thank you all so much for coming here and presenting tonight.
Yes,
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, team.
Do we want to take a bit of a break?
Yes.
All right, well, I will officially turn it over to Vice Chair Ross at this point, and thank you all for a great workshop, and I will see you in 5-10 minutes.
Yeah, we could 5-minute break if that's good for everybody.
Great,
Thank you, Chair Andreessen.
thanks. You're welcome.
fancy, like vintage Levi's, you know.
It's like our mom used to wear.
Yes,
Or grand-
yes, exactly. So that, we didn't find it, but we found a lot of other really cool things that we definitely.
How big is the
didn't
Orno flea market?
that makes it to the end, you win $200.
Oh, how many make it to the end?
Yeah, I feel like it's a polluting event.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Oh, they don't catch them; they just float on to the
Do.
to the mighty Mississippi.
Okay, chair.
All right, good evening. I'm going to call to order this organizational meeting of the school board. Just as a heads up for our community members and those out in the audience, we will not be doing public comment for this 30-minute organizational meeting, so I just wanted to make sure that I provide that heads up and that transparency to everybody out there. With that, I will move to section 2, which will be the approval of the agenda.
So moved.
Second?
Sounds like there was a motion and a second. Thank you. And then next, I will move to section 3, which is new business. With new business, we're going to be looking at the resolution designating depositories for school funds. So I would like to welcome up Director Chapanduka, our Business Services Director, to the table, please.
Excuse me, Vice Chair Ross.
Yes.
I just had a question. Do you need to vote to approve the agenda?
We did.
Do that.
There was a
okay.
motion
I
and a
thought there was
second.
just a motion and a second. Never mind. I missed it. Thanks.
No worries.
Maybe, should we go back and do it again?
We could do that.
Did we do the voice vote, or did we?
I think we need to voice vote.
Okay.
All right, I will be looking for a voice vote. Those who approve the agenda say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those who do not approve say nay. All right. Quorum approved with the agenda. All right, now we will move to new business. So thank you, Chair Andreessen. We'll move to new business with Director Chapanduka. And this is going to be in resolution designating the depositories for the school funds. The administration is requesting the board to approve the proposed depositories for the 2023-2024 school year as follows. And I believe this will require a voice vote as well. Those who say aye, those who vote yes say aye.
So let's, excuse me.
Yep.
Acting Chair Ross. Director Chapanduka, did you want to talk a bit about these?
Sure.
Okay.
Since they are new board members, and again, this is a resolution which is something we routinely do at the beginning of each school year in terms of the different depository banks we work with when we do business for the district. So we have a number of financial institutions the district work with in terms of some of our depository requirements with our payroll, accounts payable, accounts receivable when we receive funding from the state and the federal government. So currently we partner with US Bank as well as the Minnesota School District Liquid Asset Fund for our checking account depository, our payroll, our community education, our school nutrition, and the general and student activity accounts. We also have other financial institutions we partner with from an investment perspective. We partner with US Bank. We also have partnerships with Public Finance Management, which also is tied to the Minnesota School District Liquid Asset Fund. We also have a partnership with CBIZ. CBIZ does our investments for our trust funds, mostly with our OPEB and severance. We also have partnerships with Fidelity and MetLife for our retirement accounts for 403Bs. The district also, since we do transact in high-level transactions from a retail perspective, we also use US Bank for our cash transfers, which is tied to the Minnesota Liquid Asset Funds, as well as US Bank being the custodian of all our liquid assets. So that being said, I think the board can, either if there's any questions, the board can either vote on that resolution.
I move that the board approve the proposed depositories for the 24-25 school year.
Second.
All right, sounds like we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any nays? Oh, sorry, aye. Any nays? No, so then we move to Section B, which is authorizing the electronic funds, transfers, and investments. Director Chapman-Duca, is there anything you want to share in this as well, please?
Sure. I mean, again, this is another routine process we do, which is kind of standard, across school districts when it comes to authorization of electronic funds. I mean, we do a lot of wire transfers for receipts we get from state and federal sources, as well as the payments we make to our vendors, to our employees. So this resolution is giving me authority as the Director of Business Services to be able to transact on behalf of the board and the district on any electronic transfers or any decisions which are related to electronic funds, transfers, and investments during fiscal year 25.
All right. Thank you, Director Chapman-Duca. It appears that there is a roll call vote with the recommendation that the board adopts the proposed resolution below authorizing the use of electronic fund transfers and investments as follows. Resolved that Director of Business Services Terrell Chapman-Duca be authorized to make or cause to be made electronic funds transfer between school district accounts. Resolved further that Director of Business Services Terrell Chapman-Duca be authorized to open or cause to be open investment accounts with designated institutions in consideration of terms, conditions, covenants required such institutions to endorse or cause to be endorsed on behalf of the district any drafts, orders, certificates, checks, or other investment instruments in connection with such accounts, and to make or cause to be made deposits to such accounts by check, draft, order, or electronic fund transfer. Resolve further that unless superseded, any and all resolutions heretofore adopted by the Board of Education and certified to depositories designated at the organizational meeting of August 20th, 2024, governing the operation of the district accounts with them, be and are hereby continued in full force.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Are there any nays? Now, this is where I need education. Is this still part of the roll call, Chair Andreessen? Or am I incorrect?
I think Clerk Thompson needs to administer a roll call vote.
All right, thank you.
Is that correct, Director Chapanduka? Do we need that for this resolution?
Yes, because it's a resolution. I think it requires the board vote.
Okay. So Director Thompson, can I seek your assistance by doing a roll call vote to ensure that all board members have voted on this, their vote, please?
Sure. So please vote either aye or nay as I call your name, Chair Andreessen.
And I am sorry, I am not able to vote at this meeting because I am not able to attend in person due to COVID.
Understood. Treasurer Hartland,
Aye.
Director Roper,
Aye.
Vice Chair Ross,
Aye.
Clerk Thompson, aye. Director Westmoreland,
Aye.
Director Zhao.
Aye.
All right, we have a unanimous vote. We'll now move over to section C, which is the designation of the official district newspaper. And again, I will pass it back over to Director Chapanduka.
Thank you, Vice Chair Ross. Again, this is another routine resolution which the board has to allow for an official district newspaper. I think we've been using the Sense Sailor for the last couple of years in terms of any legal notices or any official publications for district businesses. And I've been trying to actually connect with Sense Sailor in terms of the rates. So currently, these are the rates we have. If there's any changes to those rates, we'll bring those back to the board at some particular point in time. But the rates we have right now for any legal notices that the district pays $13.25 per column inch for the first insertion, and $7 per column inch for any subsequent insertions. And if it's via mail or fax, there's an additional $20 charge per typesetting. And these notices will be posted to the Sense Sailor website, which is www.ecmpublishers.com, at no additional charge. Or the district also provide an affidavit at no additional charge, and any additional affidavits will be $2.50 each. And those are the rates we currently have. Like I said, if there's going to be any changes, we'll get some notification from Sense Sailor, and we'll bring those to the board at a future date.
Okay, I got some coaching on this one. What I'm supposed to say is I'm looking for a motion to approve the Sense Sailor and Sun Post as the official newspaper of Hopkins Public Schools.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, unanimous. We will now move to section D, intent resolution 2025A, Go Facilities Maintenance Bonds, Again, I will pass it back to Director Chapanduka for background.
Thank you, Vice Chair Ross. Again, this is a continuation of our long-term facilities maintenance conversation, which we started in May when the board approved the 10-year capital plan. The 10-year capital plan, actually, the total cost over 2 years was about $24.2 million. And that $24.2 million is structured into a bond sale as well as a levy, which is the LTFM pay-as-you-go levy, which is generated through our annual levy process. So the resolution we have here is the intent for the district to sell bonds to the tune of $13,650,000 to cover a portion of the 10-year capital plan over 2 years. The difference will be covered through the general fund pay-as-you-go levy. And if you add the $30,650,000 and about $10.6 million in general fund pay-as-you-go levy, it takes us to that $24.2 million long-term facility maintenance bond, which we presented in May and was approved and sent to the Commissioner for Education.
Okay, thank you, Director Chapanduka. What I will be looking for here is a motion, and then I will transfer it over to Director Thompson for that roll call.
Vice Chair Ross, can I ask a clarifying question?
Yes.
Yes. So this 13 million, I think you mentioned that's related to the 10-year bond. Is there any variance against budget, or is this exactly what we budgeted for? Do you know that?
So this is actually what we budgeted for in terms of the long-term facility maintenance, which is funded through the levy component, and the difference is what we'll fund through the sale of bonds. Okay. So if you look back at the 10-year capital plan and you look at the 25 and 26 breakdown, and then you also factor in what we are generating out of the pay-as-you-go general fund, the $13 million is what that difference is to be able to accomplish those two-year projects.
Thank you, Director Chapanduka.
So, Vice Chair Ross, can I ask a question too?
Sure.
Okay, so just to say that one more time, this sale of these bonds makes up the difference between what we need and what we get from what again?
So there are two components to this, Director Thompson. So how we generate our long-term facilities maintenance revenue is either we sell bonds, which is what this resolution is, or our levy through the property taxes generates dollars which are used to cover for any of those deferred maintenance projects. So right now, based on the current structure we have, so that we try to mitigate any increases in property taxes, we are going to be generating about $10.6 million out of the levy general fund component. The difference between the projects we said we'll need to actually fund for the 2 years is that $13.6 million, which we have to sell bonds for, and then we'll pay debt services over time.
Okay, thank you. And then just one more thing caught my eye as I opened the actual document here, the PDF. If I go to the last page, it says the total amount of district indebtedness as of August 15th is $133 million. If these proposed bonds were issued after the date, so then you add the 13.65 to the 133, right? So So those are, the 133 are bonds that have already been sold?
Correct. So the 133 is bonds we have already sold, we are already servicing, and then we'll be adding an additional $13.6 million to that over the period of which we have to repay that, and that gets included as part of our debt service, which is covered through our property tax levy.
Okay.
Were there any other additional questions from my board colleagues or any other board colleagues? All right, I will be looking for a motion. Or am I supposed to, oh, sorry.
No, you were right. I move that the school board issue general obligations facilities maintenance bonds, Series 2025A, in the maximum aggregate principal amount of $13,650,000 and taking other actions with respect thereto.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, Director Thompson, can you please go ahead and do your roll call, please?
Yes, so again, please vote aye or nay. Treasurer Hartland,
Aye.
Director Roper,
Aye.
Vice Chair Ross,
Aye.
Clerk Thompson is an aye, Director Westmoreland,
Aye.
and Director Zhao.
Aye.
All right, thank you, Director Thompson. Unanimous, all ayes. Thank you, Director Chapanduka.
Thank you.
I next want to invite Superintendent Dr. Lightfoot to the table. We're going to be reviewing sections E and F. Section E is going to be appointment of legal firm. Dr. Lightfoot, the floor is yours.
Good evening. Good to be with you. Section E is the appointment of legal firm. There you will see the rates that are here specific to this. This is general counsel. Oftentimes, depending on the nature of specific need, we may use other service as well, but in general, this is an approved list of rates that are here that are not increasing over the previous year. So at this point, if there are specific questions related to E, I am happy to address those. Otherwise, we would look at the appointment of the firm.
Do any of my board colleagues have any questions?
Vice Chair Ross.
Yes, Director Thompson.
Thanks, Dr. Lightfoot. Is this the same firm we've used in the past?
It is.
Okay. Did we solicit any other bids or?
We haven't gone out for RFP.
As a follow-up question, is there a cycle that we do that on ever, or is that just up to the board and admin's discretion?
It's up to the board and admin discretion. Part of what we look at is we also look at those that are on approved lists by our insurers, as their rates have been guaranteed by our insurers, and so often our insurers will recommend and use specific legal counsel, of which Ratwick is identified as such.
I was going to say that, if anyone has ever had to retain legal services lately, those rates are like fairly low and reasonable. So those ones are guaranteed, you said, by our insurance company provides a list of firms they know are in compliance with these. Okay, thank you.
I think what's helpful too is that we've been working with this firm for, well, the partners have changed a bit, but for my duration on the board, we've been working with this firm, and so they have that historical context and knowledge and relationships within the district, which has been really helpful. So they have provided some guidance on policy issues. We've brought them into the monitoring committee to help with that. They've joined us at the board table to help with clarifications. So yeah, just wanted to provide that context.
I think also my understanding is there aren't many legal firms that have deep educational expertise, in particular with special education. Is that correct, Dr. Lightfoot?
Correct.
Okay, so if we did go out for an RFP or we sought partnerships with other firms, how many other entities are there that have their level of expertise, just out of curiosity?
3? I mean, large-size firms that deal primarily with school districts as their clients.
In the state? 3 in the state.
Thank you.
All right, was there any additional questions from my board colleagues? Okay, so I will be looking for a motion here.
Vice Chair Russ, would you like the motion to include both bullet points under the recommendation?
Yes, thank you for that clarification.
No problem.
Yes, I would.
Yeah, I will make this super long motion. Okay. I move that the board approve utilization of the legal services as provided through Ratwick, Rozek, and Maloney at hourly rates as noted above for the 24-25 school year, dependent upon services required. Moreover, that the board allow district administration the discretion for the 24-25 school year to seek other legal counsel and/or utilize a licensed attorney when there is a need to acquire special expertise.
Second.
Thank you, both Director Westmoreland and Treasurer Hartland. So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. We will now proceed to Section F, Review of School Board Policy 253. And we'll do this again with Director Lightfoot. Or sorry, Superintendent Lightfoot. District Policy 253, this is going to be board member compensation and expenses. What I do want to highlight for the community and our board colleagues, we are not asking for anything different this year. So there's nothing, I want to ensure that everybody understands, like, there's nothing that we're requiring any increase in compensation, just for context. But I will pass it over to Superintendent Lightfoot to add any more color commentary to the background as well.
Sure. The policy itself states that board members will be compensated according to the rate of compensation established in the annual organizational meeting. What that means for the board is that it needs to look at its rate of compensation. And then as you decide at the meeting this evening, we will take forward and then process.
Vice Chair Ross.
Yes.
I wanted to provide some context that's not included in the board packet. I pulled up the board minutes from our organizational meeting at this time last year. It was on September 5th, 2023. And we did increase compensation by 2% during that year. So for the 23-24 school year, the compensation per board member was $5,919.71, with a stipend of $809.43 for the chair. So that piece, I think, is important to take a look at. And one of the conversations we had last year was that when we don't continue to increase by 2%, which is typically the same rate that our HEA, our teachers union, settles for, that our board compensation falls out of step with neighboring school districts. We also had a conversation about compensation and the ability for people to serve on the board. This is, essentially $6,000 a year for many, many hours. Many of us are parents, have other full-time jobs. And so just ensuring that our rate of compensation continues to increase so that we don't get into a place where there's a big gap. And we've seen this in other school districts. We recently saw it happen in Hennepin County, where a proposal is brought forward to increase by a lot that feels really out of step, because it is, with other negotiations that are happening. So I just want us to be cognizant of all of that as we're engaging in this conversation tonight.
Director Rosser,
Yes.
Chair, I don't know.
Treasurer
I
Hartland.
apologize. Acting Chair Ross. For further context, board members in the St. Paul district make about $10,000 per year, and they have a movement within their board to advocate for a fairly large jump, and that hasn't been decided on yet, but it is going to be possibly on their next board meeting. Anoka Hennepin pays about $14,000 to $15,000, Osseo $9,000, St. Cloud and Bloomington about $7,200, and Brooklyn Center $5,000. So it's a little bit hard if you're not willing to comb through a lot of other districts' minutes to find their rates of pay, but I did want to provide that additional context. We are on the lower end. And of course, we understand that we are in a financial pinch right now, as so many other districts are. But I was curious, couldn't really remember how the conversation came about or how a 2% decision came last time and how the decision for no additional compensation was made this year.
I don't believe we've made that decision. I think that's the discussion we're having right now.
Sure, we did.
Yeah, Acting Chair Ross?
Yes. Chair Andreessen.
Yeah, I wanted to reinforce that. Thank you, Treasurer Hartland, for sharing that information, which I was also going to share.
Thank you.
Just to give us some context around what other boards make. And also, I personally feel that tension where we are asking our administration and also our staff and other parts of the district to handle budget cuts. We certainly participated in that as we could with our development dollars, but also recognizing that there's tension between not wanting to fall behind and recognizing that that we want to attract the best and brightest to the Hopkins School Board, and that can oftentimes not having compensation that's commensurate with the duties makes it difficult for those who would like to serve not being able to serve the community. And I think there is a lot of tension there, and I'm hoping as directors we can engage in a good discussion about that. I know that when I started serving on the board, it was during the pandemic, and we were also undergoing budget cuts, and we decided as a board to not take a pay increase because of that. And so I find myself falling back into that perspective of wanting to engage in the same ways that other district staff are. So that's my perspective.
Acting Chair Ross?
Yes, Treasurer Hartland.
Doing a little bit of math, seems like 2% is about $116 per board member, and times 7 is $812. And to your point, Chair Andreessen, yes, we actively did go under considerable budget cuts, and there are people who very unfortunately lost their jobs. But the larger picture is that nearly every person in our system did get a pay raise. So there is, of course, there is that tension, and we did, as a board, lower our professional development costs by 50%, quite a bit. And then our existing staff, the budget cuts were necessary to pay our existing staff an appropriate living wage.
Acting Chair Ross.
Yes, Director Westmoreland.
I appreciate Director Hartland's move toward just like talking about this in real dollars, right? So we're essentially talking about an overall cost to the school district of under $900 if the school board agrees to increase by 2%. And you both mentioned our professional development funding. So historically, the board has had $20,000 set aside for board professional development. So that's attending conferences, bringing in speakers, doing workshops with outside expertise, that type of thing. And we did cut that in half, and so we're at approximately $10,000 this year for our professional development budget. So all of that, if we think about the board budget as a big package, we cut $10,000, and if we approve a 2% increase, we are adding, let's just say, under $1,000, right? I think that's easier for us to all wrap our minds around, so thank you.
Acting
Acting Chair Ross.
Oh, you can go, Shannon.
Yes, Chair Andreessen.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to thank you for that context. And also, I serve on Intermediate District 287's board, and part of what they do for us on that board is, because there are member districts, the goal in compensation of any kind is to neither lead nor lag. And so we get information on what each school board pays, different roles. And we did get briefed on what each district, how each district compensates their board members. And Hopkins fell near the bottom. So just giving that context as well. There is one though that there are two member districts of District 287 that are volunteer boards. So that's just additional context for all of us in this conversation.
Acting Vice Chair Ross.
Yes, Director Roper.
I want to just also mention and thank you, Director Westmoreland and Secretary Treasurer Hartland, for bringing up the really important facts that we are on the lower end, and that this, in order to be an effective school board, we need to have stellar members, right? And so, and I agree with Director Westmoreland, like, to attract a diverse slate of candidates and folks who wants to run for the school board is going to be very key. And it's really hard for people from different socioeconomic statuses to do this work on a volunteer basis. And we're often asked to do this work on a volunteer basis. And I think that the students of this district deserve people who are going to be able to give this to, like, who are going to be able to do this work effectively in a good space and not have to worry about, you know, can they pay their bills or not. And that's a lot of the reasons why there's a lot of people who don't run for the school boards. And so comparing different districts, I think that that is a consideration that we need to look at. Is like, how is this an equity move for more school board members with different lived experiences to join this board and to be compensated for their time? Because doing this all the time on volunteers is really, really hard. And it's not about the money, it's about being effective. And so I think this should be a conversation that is revisited often every year, and not you know, at like a 0% increase. It kind of just makes me feel as if, like, you know, this is expected for folks to do this on a volunteer basis. And so I would really like for us to really consider, like, what do we want from the folks who are on the school board, and what are we asking them? Is it fair for us to ask them to do the amount of work that they're doing for the amount of pay they're receiving? So that's just what I wanted to add. So I do, if there is in favor, I would be in favor for an increase.
Acting Chair Ross.
Yes, Chair Andreessen.
So I just wanted to make sure I heard you correctly, Director Roper. You said that you would be in favor of a 2% increase?
I would not like a 2, whatever the number that we decide on, like it would just need to be discussed,
okay.
yeah.
I thought maybe you were throwing out a number, which I'm okay with. Do we want to throw out a number?
Vice Chair Ross,
Yes.
I move that the Hopkins School Board increases our compensation for the 24-25 school year by 2%.
Second.
It appears that there is a motion and there is a second. Is there any discussion, any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Are there any nay votes?
Nay.
We have one nay vote.
I move that term life insurance in the amount of $50,000 for each board member be continued. That puts the total cost of the insurance for the 7 board members at $525 annually and $75 per person.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any additional or any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. And that sounded unanimous. There was no nays. So with the recommendation that the board establishes an appropriate compensation for I believe this should be 2024, 2025. Also that the term life insurance, which Director Westmoreland identified in the amount of $50,000 for each board member to be continued. Total cost of insurance for their 7 board members at $525 annually and at $75 per person. There was no increase from 2022 to 2023. All those in favor, is there any further discussion based on what I just went over in the recommendation from any of my board colleagues?
No, and Vice Chair Ross, I think because we voted on both of those components, that then
Okay.
this agenda item is complete.
Excellent. Thank you for that clarification.
Sure.
All right, now we are going to move to Section G, the authorization of district memberships, 2024, 2025. Thank you, Superintendent Lightfoot. And now I'm going to pass this over to,
The other
pass this over to
superintendent.
Dr. Mary Perry Reed.
Thank you, Vice Chair Ross, Acting Chair Ross. So Hopkins Public Schools, District 270, belongs to several education-related organizations, and we're asking the school board tonight to authorize continued participation in 3 of these organizations. The first is AMSD, which stands for the Association of Metropolitan School Districts. And the fee for the 24-25 school year is $10,184. This is a very important organization to be a member of, and we do have superintendent and board representation at monthly AMSD meetings, as well as participation at the state legislature level, lobbying for public school support. The second organization is the Minnesota School Boards Association, with the annual fee being $12,970. And the third organization is the National School Board Association, with that, let's see, the fee for a non-member state for the 24-25 school year is $4,165.
Acting Chair Ross.
Yes, Treasurer Hartland.
I personally have had contact either via attending meetings or receiving informational emails or partaking in professional development offered by each of these organizations. And I'm not advocating for us to not renew our membership in any of them, but I was wondering if anyone had any thoughts or what it would look like if we didn't belong to, say, the MSBA. Would we just lose our ability to access their professional development, or what would it look like to not belong to, say, the MSBA? I guess maybe another way of saying is like, do we get $13,000 worth of value out of our membership in MSBA?
Acting Chair Ross.
Yes, Chair Andreessen.
I know that we've had this discussion before in the past, and I think it mostly benefits, mostly impacts the monitoring committee. I think that policy piece is something that we use a lot, but maybe having discussions in that committee and with Assistant Superintendent Lightfoot might be meaningful. I know we have legal representation that helps us with policies in the past. I do also think that there is some benefit to decreased costs for conferences and training, in particular onboarding new board members. But maybe we could ask someone or maybe our assistant could kind of help us run the numbers of what that might look like.
Acting Chair Ross.
Yes.
I have just a logistical question. So if we decided not to renew our MSBA membership, could school board members still participate in the trainings? It would just be a higher cost? Okay. I have another logistical question. Do we have to decide this tonight? Or could we take a little bit more time to research what the cost impact would be? How much we're actually using these services right now. I think something else to keep in mind is that the MSBA does have a legislative platform, and to take a look at that and see if it's aligned with the LAC's legislative platform, to see if we're really advocating, for the same things, if there's values alignment. I just think that there are a lot of questions. There's certainly the financial piece, but this piece of like, how much benefit and alignment are we getting out of this organization?
And I do think too, an awareness that we are members of NSBA, which is the National School Board Association, and also AMSD. So perhaps, yeah, there's room for discussion.
I don't know when the membership fees are due. I'm on their website trying to find out. So I guess we could look into that one.
There we go. Thank you.
Okay. I didn't see a due date.
It says a due date is August 15th.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Okay. So you're trying to answer the question of if we have to answer this tonight or not?
Vice Chair Ross.
Yes, Director Roper.
Can I ask a question? So if we were to, so what type of implication would this have on us, like on the district, if we did not renew, or not for the district, rather, I would say for the board, if we did not renew the contract? Like, would we lose certain privileges, or, I know I get emailed from them. Did you just ask that question? Someone just asked that? Oh, you did? Okay, sorry. I clearly wasn't paying attention.
And one impact that was just identified is we actually can still partake in all of the
Oh, okay.
trainings, just at a slightly increased cost.
Okay, sorry.
I think in defense of AMSD, that's a piece that I personally have interacted with as a part of the Legislative Action Coalition, and it is a huge body of knowledge for understanding how enormous amounts of changes, like 50-plus changes that happened at a legislative level, what that actually means for the district. And they also help assemble these platforms and do provide direct, useful resources to school districts to hear what other districts are doing, how other boards are handling specific challenges, and they call attention to, they put out calls for action for public education supporters to know that they're doing something useful to further usually financially, but not always, benefit their school district. So that is one that I for sure would say keep. NSBA, I get their emails too. I've gone to their national conferences. They're a considerably smaller amount at $4,000. I think for me personally, MSBA just feels like their membership increased again, and do we get that value out of it, especially given that we can still attend workshops if needed.
And just a note, obviously, whether you all want to be members of MSBA or NSBA, that's up to you as a board. I personally do not attend their conferences, although I did many years ago when I was a new superintendent and we had many new board members. And then I do call them maybe 2 or 3 times a year just for advice. That's the extent of my involvement. And then I wanted to let you know that so far we have paid AMSD, but we have not paid the other 2 membership fees, if that's helpful.
Director, Vice Chair Roscoe has a quick question. Would it be a conflict of interest to have like another, or to sign up for like another cheaper membership at maybe like the national school, not national, like school board partners? They offer like a lot of good information and trainings and frameworks as well for school boards to, utilize or implement within their school districts. I'm not sure of their exact cost, but would there be like any conflict of interest if we looked at different memberships? Or do we have to by like law or state like have a membership with AMSD or MSBA, in which they're both great organizations? I was just wondering.
No, my understanding is that, I'm sorry, Acting Chair Ross.
Whoever wants to answer.
The floor is yours, Director Westmoreland.
My understanding is that there's no legal requirement to be part of any of these. I agree with Director Hartland's comments that AMSD has been an incredibly valuable resource. That's the Association of Metropolitan School Districts, and so there are often issues that are impacting us as members of metropolitan school districts that are different from the issues impacting rural school districts. And so I think that's one major distinction between AMSD and MSBA. So we can even think about these geographically, that AMSD is metropolitan area, MSBA is statewide, and then NSBA is national. And so I think, historically, we've been a part of all 3 because it kind of covers our bases on each one of those levels, right? But personally, what I found is much more value in AMSD. And if we think about values alignment, and that's why I said I think it's important to look at what's on our Legislative Action Coalition platform and what the MSBA advocates for at the legislature, because those things are not always aligned. Also important to note that MSBA is no longer part of NSBA. And there are a lot of factors there. MSBA has joined onto another national organization that I have some concerns about, quite frankly. So I think that perhaps this warrants a larger conversation about, so we can actually look at, what are we getting out of each of these things. I would be prepared tonight to make a motion to approve the AMSD part and push MSBA and NSBA to a future agenda so we can do some more background research on this and make a really informed, fiscally responsible decision.
Vice Chair Ross? May I
Yes,
ask a
Director
question? Do we know, does AMSD provide model policy guidance? From my perspective, if we had to monitor the policy, and I'm not on the policy monitoring committee, but if we had to monitor the policies for changes and then reflected in our policy, the staff time required to do that would be probably more than the MSBA membership, right? So does AMSD provide model guidance,
No.
policy guidance? No, okay.
No, they have position papers,
Position
but
papers.
yeah.
Because for me, as a new person, right, I see, okay, MSBA has a policy change and that percolates down into ours pretty reliably. And so if we had to have somebody monitor and make that change, I think that might be more than $13,000 in staff time just to do that.
Yeah, possibly. I don't think that anyone here was actively saying for sure do not, and just raising the question if we do get our money's
Yeah.
worth. And so a further discussion may very well reveal that we do.
Right.
And is that policy stuff paid for by the 750, and could you get that without the full membership?
A good question.
I really agree with your point to just approve the AMSD, bring the others back, have an informed discussion, have time to do it, look into it.
Agree too.
I think the Minnesota State High School League is also in our resolution, and I think that is it still? Help, I have so many windows open.
It's on consent
Okay,
for the regular meeting.
okay, sounds good.
Acting Chair Ross.
Yes.
I'll get it right. I promise I'll get it right by the end of the night. Acting Chair Ross, I move that the board authorize continued membership in AMSD and place a discussion around continued membership in MSBA and NSBA on the next board meeting agenda.
So it sounds like I have a motion to move forward with AMSD with our membership, but then move MSBA and NSBA to a different agenda. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. I received a motion and a second. Is there any additional discussion among my board colleagues? Seeing none. Those are all in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. All right. So with that, that will conclude our organizational meeting. The time is 8:04. Oh, motion to adjourn. My apologies.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second?
I have a motion and a second to adjourn. The time is 8:04.
We need to vote.
Director Thompson.
Oh, it could just
Oh.
be a voice vote.
Vote,
Just-
okay.
Yep.
All those in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. All right. I survived. All right. The time is 8:04. Sharon Dreesen, get well.
Thank you. You did great.
Okay. Does anybody need a break before we move to our regular meeting? All right. Sounds like no. Okay, we're going to move into our regular meeting.
Excellent.
I'm going to call to order. So with our regular meeting, we have 2 times that we could do a public comment. So what I want to go over with everybody, our audience, and then our audience online is at the board meetings, public comment will be received both in person and through voicemail. Instructions for how to leave a voicemail to be played at the board meeting can be found at the board packet on the district's website. We have 2 public comment sessions per meeting. The first is at the beginning of the meeting and pertains to items on the agenda. The second is at the end of the meeting and pertains to items not on the agenda. Natalia, did we receive any voicemails at all? Okay. Okay. So since we didn't receive any voicemails, I'm going to move on from open agenda to section 3, which is our reports. Actually, I'm going to skip the reports and then move to the approval of the agenda.
Acting Chair Ross, I'm wondering, did we receive any public comment cards?
We did receive 3 public comment cards. The items are not on, the items pertain to items not on the agenda at all.
Thank you. So those community members will be heard at the end of the meeting?
Yes.
Wonderful.
Thank you for the clarification.
Sure, of course. Thank you.
All right, I am now looking for approval of the agenda. I'm looking for a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Those all in favor of approving the agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, unanimous. All right, now we're going to move to to the next section, which is the consent calendar. So these are items provided to the board with information considered to be more routine in nature. If the board deems an item necessary for additional discussion, a motion will be made to move it to new business. So the recommendation is that the board approves this consent calendar. So what I'm looking for is a motion to approve the consent calendar.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second.
Is there room for discussion?
Is there a particular item?
I don't necessarily need to move it, Vice Chair Ross. I just had a question on the board agenda plan. Is that, what am I looking at there? Is that kind of like, here were the topics that we talked about at this meeting last year, and so it's like a rough outline of what would potentially be on there, including the exact dates, or Chair Andreessen, could you just add some color to that document?
Yeah, I think that what we did was we used what topics had come up in the prior year that hadn't been addressed through a workshop, or that board members responded to an email that was sent out about topics that you wanted addressed this year, and have put those in loosely into places that we thought were timely and appropriate in the upcoming agenda calendar for the school board year.
Okay.
Is that accurate, Dr. Mary Perry Reed?
It is. I think I would just, with the caveat, add that we only did that for the first few meetings. And then you're right, Director Thompson, that mostly what you see here is a copy and paste from last year. So we have a record of everything that we did last year and can somewhat follow a similar scope and sequence, with obviously our ability to go in and put in new items or items that are surfacing in real time as needing attention paid to them.
Okay, thank you very much, both of you.
Okay, so I received a motion and a second. Is there any additional discussions among my board colleagues? Seeing none, those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any nays? All right, approved. The consent calendar has been approved unanimously. We are now going to move to the treasurer's report with Treasurer Hartland.
Thank you very much, Acting Chair Ross. This is something of a doozy, so hold on, I'll try to get through it fairly quickly because I know we're a bit behind. At our final board meeting of the previous school year, we discussed how the district continues many services throughout summer. So not only directly providing instructional and childcare, but it also is a time of immense activity for certain departments like IT, business services, maintenance, building and grounds, and transportation. So during this period, ranging from June 6th to August 16th, we also saw the close of the previous fiscal year on June 30th. So that meant there was something of a rush of mileage, professional development, contracted teaching services, and tuition reimbursement requests made before that deadline. On this report, you will also see many P-card expenses. Those are essentially district credit cards issued to select district employees who are allowed to make purchases on behalf of district operations. And I will talk a bit more about P-cards and their role here in a future board report. If my board colleagues and community remembers, we have 13 buildings here. So all of our typical instructional buildings, and then Catherine Curran and the bus depot to maintain. And all of those buildings and their accompanying systems are on safety inspection, maintenance, repair, and replace schedules. So as you might imagine, a lot of that work happens over the summer to try to minimize impact to students and staff. Because of that, we paid a lot of money to support our water, sewer, electric, security, fire suppression, and audio systems, plus maintained athletic fields, parking lots, kitchen equipment, furniture, landscaping, and so many more. So a couple quick examples of expenses like that were $8,279 to maintain and treat our pool, $56,000 for asphalt in the bus depot parking lot, $970 for microscope repair at various secondary schools, $18,000 paid to Schmidt Music for the repair and tuning of many band instruments and pianos throughout all of our schools. We paid $15,992 to St. Croix Recreation for new playground equipment. Additionally, we paid $12,000 to Morris Leatherman for that survey we discussed here at the board table back in, I think it was May. And it was that survey that tested the community's knowledge and support around a possible upcoming levy or referendum vote. $11,412 was spent on background checks for incoming employees and coaches. And I saw on our district social media today that approximately 150 new employees were welcomed today. To Intermediate District 287, we paid $238,484 for our portion of specialized services provided to Hopkins students who are educated in that intermediate setting. And then we also paid District 287, $153,000 specifically for adult basic education. We paid $127,531 for our subscription to Infinite Campus, the software that we use as our student information system, where you can access your students' grades and attendance or pay fees, plus a lot more. And incidentally, Infinite Campus is a local company with its headquarters in Blaine. Another software expense was to Skyward, which was our previous and outdated HR and business services software. And per our business services office, this is hopefully the final year we will pay for that service, while we ensure everything that was previously there in our old platform now works correctly in Oracle. And speaking of Oracle, we spent a total of $607,671 on that huge system-wide Oracle integration in this past period. And as a reminder, just over a year ago, the school board approved approximately $5.3 million for this project that was spread over 5 years, with the first couple of years incurring the biggest expenses. And according to Director Chapanduka, we are completely on track with that expenditures, now a little bit over a year in, and have had no change orders that would drive up our costs there. Xcel Energy billed us, and we paid $53,225 for electrical services or service in our various buildings. We paid $20,351 for the spring 2024 ACT testing cycle, and $42,816 to the College Board for the spring 2024 AP testing cycle. We made payments ranging from $150 to $5,000 to many Minnesota educational institutions for summer instruction, such as the American Red Cross, Bell Museum, Mathnasium, Happy Feet Soccer, and so many more. One thing to note is that several of the expenses I just covered or that I just went over are covered in part or in full by fees paid by our families. So just because it hits our expense report does not necessarily mean that the district itself bears the complete cost out of our general fund. We spent $25,196 on employee vision and wellness program benefits and an additional $8,500 on tuition reimbursement for our staff. We paid $15,520 for the 23-24 school year speech therapy for a single student. And this is another case where the district doesn't necessarily bear that entire cost. I rightfully do not know the details for this particular system, but internally our special services and our business office have done a lot to ensure that we can, when appropriate, capture more payments from either the state Medicaid system or insurance. We paid Normandale Community College $117,000 for spring 24 PSEO tuition so that our high school students could earn college credits. $16,579 was paid to Breck, a private school within our boundaries, and lesser amounts were paid to several other local private and home schools. We spent a bit over $1 million on transportation. Some of those dates charged stretched back into spring. $270,931 was paid to Teachers on Call, Sunbelt Staffing, and a couple other agencies for contracted substitute teaching, nursing, speech, PT, and OT services. And again, some of those dates were for charges back into the spring. I could go on and on, but I won't. This report was long enough, but it was not only because this is nearly a 3-month expense period, but I also want to emphasize that a school's environment is extremely complex. We have a lot of specialized equipment and a huge amount of infrastructure that our thousands of staff and students have to interact with safely every day. So first, thank you to our district teams that definitely did not have the summer off. And also, as we approach a budget year at the Minnesota legislature and possibly consider bringing a referendum in front of our voters, we need to understand how we can appreciate a one-time 4% bump in our funding, but also need our legislators to continue that work in face of huge increases in teacher and all staff contracts and the reality of what it takes to run and maintain a system as complex as ours. With that, I move we approve total disbursements in the amount of $7,496,242.59 for the period of June 6th to August 16th, 2024.
Second.
Sounds like we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Any nays? None. So we have approved the treasurer's report. So thank you, Treasurer Hartland. I'm seeing that there's nothing listed under unfinished business. So now I'm going to move to new business. This section A, we're going to be talking about back to school update. So I would love to invite Assistant Superintendent Dr. Lightfoot, Assistant Director of Transportation Naisha Williams, and then Assistant Director of Youth Programs, Jaleesa Smith-Breelove, to the table.
Thank you, Vice Chair Ross. So just for a quick framing here, today, as Treasurer Hartland mentioned earlier, we did launch new staff onboarding at our high school. And in fact, we had 206 new staff members across multiple roles that were in our high school this morning. And you can, in the personnel updates under consent, you can see who those folks are and some of the positions they are filling. So it's a really exciting day today. Innovation, Design, and Learning has been working with IT and HR and special services and other departments to host these 3 days of orientation and professional learning for our new staff today, tomorrow, and Thursday. So we're really grateful for all of the coordination involved in that. And When I spoke with the group this morning, first of all, I recognized all of the individuals as people who are in high demand, right? Schools across our state and country are looking for thoughtful, committed school staff, and so I thanked them for choosing Hopkins. We talked about our core values, Vision 2031, and lots of other things, and it was a really great day. We had a lot of support, wraparound support from HR and IT and communications and marketing to make sure that these folks had everything they needed. And so planning a really organized week of onboarding for new staff is a huge lift, but it's also just one component of launching a new school year. So I wanted to share that our Strong School Start team has been meeting monthly since January, and then this past couple summer months, we picked up our meetings to bi-weekly convenings on the, Natalia, we need to please show the slide deck, if you would. Do you have that, Natalia? I just shared it with you. Thank you, Natalia. So when we pull up the slide deck, then you'll see on the first slide here that all of the topics and work streams that required the attention of folks at our Strong School Start meetings, and we're really glad that we engaged in that effort just to make sure that we were thinking of all of the little and big things that are required to offer our families, staff, and students a strong school start. And then I did want to mention for board members and community that typically we do a comprehensive back to school update at a September meeting. But given that there are just a couple of areas where families have more curiosity right now, we wanted to give our school board and community a heads up about how we've been attending to staffing and class size, before and after care services for our elementary kiddos, and transportation. So I'm really grateful for our Assistant Superintendent Lightfoot, who will go over a staffing and class size update, and then our Assistant Director of Youth Programming, Jaleesa Smith-Breedlove, will provide a before and after care services update. And then we have our Assistant Director for Transportation. I think she is attending virtually, and she and Director Chapinduka can provide a transportation update. So thanks very much, leaders, for being here and helping inform our board members and community. So Nick, I'll turn it over to you.
Great. If we want to go ahead with the next slide, Natalia, and then the slide after that. Thank you. So in general, as we have been in front of you before, you know it is a constantly changing environment and one that is continually in flux. As I was listening to the 5 o'clock workshop, we were also problem solving the latest staffing change that we had at one of our elementaries that happened at 4 p.m. this afternoon. Granted, we start with our staff on Friday. So when we really think about the changes and the pace at which our leaders are responding and have continued to address over the course of the summer, it has been a changing landscape, and there are and have been some improvements over the previous year as well. So I'll talk a little bit about some of those highlights. Just in general, greater applicant pool that we're starting to see, which is encouraging. Across the board, we have seen the applicant pools rising. Some areas still have very, very, very limited applicants that we have seen and continue to see. And part of the work that we've had with conversations at not only regional levels but state levels as well is how do we encourage individuals to look at education as a pathway. Particularly in some of our related services area, when we think about counselors and social work, and we think about numbers of people going into the school aspects of those kinds of opportunities. We are seeing less individuals through pipelines. So in general, we still continue that work of looking to really encourage individuals to consider the broad landscape of education as a profession. What we also have looked at is greater acceptance of position from candidates and faster turnaround times, which is encouraging. We also did our work as well as we could in January and February, trying to really predict those areas of anticipated need, such that we were able to get out there and get out there sooner, knowing that some of these very difficult to hard to fill positions still maintain to be difficult, so we tried to get out there sooner, and there were some good results there. As identified, special education, substitutes, general workers in nutrition, and some paraprofessional positions still remain difficult to fill, but we continue to look at that over time. Next slide. In special education, I think just some really particular information that's important here, because as we know throughout the state, as well as throughout the nation, difficult to fill positions, especially within special education. As has been identified for you in the slide, what we really are looking at is a strong start in this area as we think about where we were last year. Right now, successfully filled all but 2 licensed staff positions for early childhood to transition plus. That's really outstanding, considering how many spaces have open positions right now, still continually posting. And as you are aware, in a very difficult landscape, that means that people have a choice option of where they want to look and continue to do their service. So we are looking at strong retention. We are also looking at our ability to predict and really fill those positions. So that's a positive start as we think about that component. There again, speech language pathologists, other more specialized spaces where there are very, very difficult to fill. There are some partnerships that have been developed. There are some additional connections that we are looking at to really expand opportunities for individuals and increase our pool of candidates that we can consider. What we start to take a look at as well, why don't we jump to the next slide? We'll talk a little bit about a couple other things. We did start to see some areas in special education that had that increased pool of candidates. And as we worked to get out there sooner, we were able to secure those ahead of time, knowing that there always is transition. We still have Tier 1 and Tier 2 licenses in special education. The Tier 1s are the community experts, for those that might have been familiar with that term. We do have some Tier 1 and some Tier 2, but significantly less than the previous year, as we've really been able to look at Tier 3, Tier 4 licensed candidates and individuals moving from Tier 2 into Tiers 3 and 4 potentially. Tier 1 is really in special education right now, a difficult avenue to pursue as a Tier 1 with some of the federal work that was done in the state of Minnesota. But the reality is that we are in strong position right now with less than we had in the previous year. As I mentioned before, in one of the areas in the partnership, a new collaboration with the University of Minnesota to train clinical speech pathologists so that we could really kind of almost create that pipeline and looking toward a future focus. So we've taken some appropriate connections and built those so that we've really tried to get individuals in the space who are qualified, and we can grow individuals into pathways into the profession. So some of these are just some general overview examples of some of the specific actions that have really taken shape over the course of what we've been looking at. There again, in general, if we want to jump to the next slide, in general, we are also starting to see increased candidate pools when we think about general education. Some of the areas still are difficult when we look at math and sciences. Like we said, we really were able to do a lot of the proactive recruitment in those February, March timelines that really did put us in a good position in the start of the school year. We still have some hard-to-fill areas that we're looking for with some changes in the previous week. We have open counseling positions. I believe we have filled that social work position. And then we have some smaller FTE portions that we're looking to fill just in general with maybe some, if we can't fill them, additional assignments, often in our work called overages, if there is like a need for a class to be covered or something thereof. But when there is such a labor opportunity for individuals and we have smaller FTE needs, those can be a little bit more difficult to fill. But I will say that the state has done a good job of being flexible for us, that when we have smaller FTE needs that are isolated in maybe particular areas, that we can look at out-of-field placements. If it's below a 0.25 of an assignment, we have an opportunity to look for individuals who are willing to do that on a short-term basis. And able to really kind of try as best we can to look at how we can fill that and how we can look at finding individuals who may have an additional skill set that can lend their skills to that opportunity as we look at how to fill for smaller portions. As I mentioned before, even as I was working on this afternoon, last-minute resignations continue to be a challenge. We work to hold individuals in the contract until we are able to find suitable replacements, and we continue to do that work throughout the course of the year. Paraprofessionals, we have continual need. We are very well staffed right now in our special education paraprofessional area, which was our largest need last year. And we have open positions right now that we are interviewing for. And that's, I think, kind of just a general look at general education. In addition, next slide. Please keep in mind that we also have the staffing components for school nutrition and custodial, and I want to make sure that we call those out. I know our Assistant Director of Transportation will speak to bus drivers as well. But here you can take a look in school nutrition. We had really right now 4 food prep positions and 1 cook. They're in the middle of offering positions. They are feeling very strong about their ability right now to almost be fully staffed before the start of the school year. We were able to fill 3 open supervisor positions internally, which worked out very well for us in August, with some staffing transitions that were unexpected. We are, in this case, like I mentioned, in much better place than we were for our school nutrition, which were significantly difficult to find last year. Custodial, all year-round positions are filled. Excellent news. The challenge for us there is substitutes. And what that means for us is even with fully staffed in our positions, when we have absences, it means that staff have to move from other fully staffed spaces to support other spaces that may have particular needs. So that creates just that overall demand on the system. We continually look to put out information about substitute opportunities in our custodial pool. We continue to recruit, and we do that throughout the course of the year as well. But that really kind of speaks to the staffing updates. Any questions on the staffing updates in general? Happy to address in more detail.
Yes, Vice Chair Ross.
Yes, Treasurer Hartland.
Or Acting Chair. Does a better outlook in our school nutrition department mean that potentially we'll get to run a la carte meals or services in some schools, or are we not, or we don't know yet if we're at those levels? Because it cost us, or at least left quite a bit of money on the table for us in the last
Yeah,
year plus.
currently, based on conversations with Assistant Director Shak, I think we are still planning to go with a la carte. Yeah, and I know the last year we didn't do it. We definitely lost a significant amount of money and revenue. So right now that's still on the table.
Great, thank you.
Vice Chair Ross?
Yes.
Yes, I do have a question for Dr. Lightfoot. I think you mentioned last-minute resignations. Is it higher than normal, and is there a common thread? Is there, is it just stuff happens, or is there, a root cause?
Higher than normal, I would say it's actually less than last year. It's more than previous years to last year. It is, like I said, a more volatile market. So for example, the resignation this afternoon was a position that was offered in another district in a different area than the individual is presently serving. So in some cases, that was almost a promotion for them. So you get those kinds of last-minute pieces with other opportunities that are offered in other spaces that just come about. We try and work on those sets of circumstances to make sure that we can continue our contract with that individual, find the suitable replacement, and then dialogue with those districts that are looking to bring other people on board so that we can release them from the contract.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Ross?
Yes.
I just have one question, Dr. Lightfoot. When you mentioned that we started earlier trying to fill stuff, right? The earlier start helped increase the fill rate. How or why were we able to start that process earlier compared to previous years?
Yeah, great question. We did a lot more anticipation of where we would see openings and what those needs would be. In part, we were working more directly on what we knew and anticipated budgets were. We also were more reliant on the enrollment projections and where we saw enrollment likely to be as we think. In the area we did that most, I would say, acutely was special education and looking at where the growth areas were, looking at where programs were going to be housed, what needs in the sites we knew that we could anticipate. And then Director Contreras and Assistant Director Stanley, and then additional staff as well started to say, these are our anticipated needs. We started in February with what I kind of like to call the virtual world now, where we just had open rooms and kind of what are now virtual hiring fairs, and actually had quite a few candidates that were interested, and so we started making conditional offers in February and March, knowing that we would have a need, and the specific locations and other spaces were offered at that later point when that could be fully identified. And I think if needed, Director Contreras could speak to some of the other strategies that work there as well.
I'm good, thanks.
Can I ask one quick question? For the needs that need to be filled, have we worked with like a staffing agency such as like Zen Educate to fill like those immediate needs?
Yeah, we do have specific staffing agencies, and some agencies specialize in particular positions. Those always come with additional cost, and they are an expense that, if needed, we can attend to and address, and as Director Contreras is coming up here, most of those fall within special education, and I know we've really tried to decrease any reliance on those, and that what we've also tried to do is fill with licensed positions also. So, in particular.
A couple of things. So we've always tried to start early, but I think this year we just were able to capture more applicants seeking Hopkins specifically. And so, because we've always started like January trying to get the new graduates and just trying to get a hold of hiring, but we were just able to fill at a higher rate, and like Dr. Lightfoot said, decrease the number of Tier 1 applicants this year, and we went from 17 agency contracts, we're down to 4.
Wow.
And so that feels really good because we are having more staff seek us out. And a couple of things, we didn't lose a ton of people. Like we lost a handful of folks that were able to, like in previous conversations here tonight, go to other districts for a lot more. And also with the growing need of special education. So it's kind of both, it's two things, filling the constant demand of increased needs as well as seeking highly qualified staff and filling those positions. So I think this year, or last year this time, we had between 15 and 20 opened para positions. We're down to 2. So it feels really, really good with the hiring that we were able to do. And then with 3 of the contracts that we have signed with agencies, we have them open so that we still have those positions open, which we didn't do before. So last year, we just filled the positions with the agency contracts and keep them all year, but we still have those postings open, so if we get permanent staff, we will slide them into those positions. And then, so the fourth position is a unique contract that we have for speech, because I think our hardest to fill positions are speech pathologist and nursing staff. And so with the speech pathologist position, we are creating a new pipeline with a partnership with the U of M. So they will have a supervisor in place and clinical students training under that supervisor. So hopefully we create a pipeline to retain those clinical students later down the line.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you. Acting Chair Ross.
Yes, Treasurer Hartland.
I really appreciate the creativity and all that extra effort has gone, and it has got to feel good being in your position. I know it's nice to hear from ours. Do you have any idea what the cost savings is to reduce our reliance on those agencies? Because I kind of report on that number fairly often because it's a big expense that we bear.
Sure. So like contracts can run anything from $85 to $130 per hour, but it doesn't include benefits. So in some cases with the lower end contracts, sometimes depending on that person's years of experience, we may or may not come out better if we use the contract agency, but if they have a lot longer experience, they're more expensive. And so they supersede what it would be for someone to come through our system.
Okay.
All right. Any other staffing questions? Then we can move to the next slide. The other element that we've been watching is we've been looking at enrollment and general enrollment. Now is, at least from the last set of work that we've been doing, on track. And what we're trying to look at with that is making sure that as we look at those numbers, we're staffing accordingly. In general, with elementary, we're in good shape with elementary classrooms, those being at or below where we anticipated with resources that we have. We've had a few shifts in the last minute that we've had to look at particular sites, one-off grade levels that might be a little higher than anticipated, which is wonderful with larger enrollment coming in, but then we have to, of course, look at how we can address that with resource in the space. And we did that through some of our targeted staffing work at the end of July at the elementary, and that has moved its way through. And we are in a position right now where that's solid within our class sizes with elementary. Secondary, we've been looking at a more acute level and really getting down to each individual class, looking at where that class is, how the sections have been working. As you may be aware, we do have a memorandum of understanding with our Hopkins Education Association. We've been working with them and looking at the set of information that we have as we've been working through master scheduling at the end of July and the beginning of August. You can see from the information there, about 5 to 10% at the middle level are at or slightly above the compensation point. Our compensation point, we kind of determined and said in that memorandum, if you recall, that at the middle level, that's 32 students. And if there is a class that gets over that, then we would look at that $100 per student acknowledgement of that work that the instructor would be doing. So we've called as much as we can on the information that we have now with schedules. And, I'm happy to report that the scheduling work is continually ongoing now that our counselors are back and we have some last-minute registrations, but that has continued to go well as we've been looking there. High school, a little bit larger because at the high school level, we have more singletons. What I mean by singletons are courses that are like one class that is offered, and that in order to run the class, part of the dilemma that we face is with Principal Ballard and her staff looking to say, okay, we may have 40 students who are interested in an AP course. How do we look at that when the compensation point is 36? We have conversations with instructors to say, are you willing to look at those? Some of those we have to look and run through and say, okay, we're able to offer one section. Can we look at other alternatives that may have been of interest to the student? So much of that work has been happening throughout the course of the July-August timeframe to look at how we can work with individuals to get as much as we can within the slate of courses that they look to select, knowing that really in that kind of 36 to 38 range, the high school has been very clear about setting that kind of cap, if you will, knowing that some may have that little bit of flexibility in order to allow one or two more individuals into the space to take the course. Certainly those conversations have been occurring, and the counselors have been working back on that as well. So those are continually in flux day by day as we get closer to the September launch. Typically when we have provided those, we've kind of given breakouts of here are the classes, here are the numbers, so that you can see all those as well. But those are the general updates on class size.
Thank you, Dr. Lightfoot. We are going to transition to an update about our before and after care programming. Thank you, Jaleesa.
Yeah, thank you. Starting this school year off, across our district, we have received a total of 916 total contract requests for before and after school care. And still rising, so we've received some since me putting this number, so we're more like at 920. The chart's kind of small, but so at Alice Smith, we're at 100. Eisenhower, 180, Glen Lake, 225, Meadowbrook, 277, and then Tangleton, 134. We have been able to accept 685 of those contract requests, so that puts us at a 75% acceptance rate at this time. And that's average across the district. Our highest acceptance rate is 86% at Meadowbrook, and our lowest is 62% at Glen Lake. We have 231 contract requests waiting for care, and we have began our wait list as of last week, Monday, where we sent out notification to parents that we are beginning our wait list to let them know that there is a high potential that they will not have care on the first day of school, so that they can have a strong start and have other plans, or utilize some of the resources that we've been able to extend to them. And so then we also have had program changes for this year. So we enacted our priority and our 2.0 priority in lottery process, where we went from at random lottery for all students to prioritizing those that are most vulnerable and needing child care. So our priority list included those who receive scholarship, so that makes it targeted where they have limited spaces that they can apply those scholarships. So you're thinking about Hennepin County Childcare as well as Resource West scholarships that are specific to our care. And then we also have kindergarten as well as a few other priorities. During our priority window, so we had a window of 2 weeks where folks could request care to be considered in those priority spaces. And during that 2-week window, we received 811 of our contract requests, and majority of those coming in on day 1, 2, and 3 at about 700 requests in the first 3 days. And then additional program changes are we have enacted a Gatewood and Glen Lake partnership of care. We've seen a significantly reduced amount of requests from our Gatewood families. And so in order to provide efficient care as well as being budget conscious and being able to be efficient and potentially sharing staffing, Gatewood and Glen Lake will now provide care at Glen Lake Elementary. And we talked to a few stakeholders about feasibility for this, so partnering with transportation who will provide busing for students to go back and forth, as well as the principals and leaders of those buildings about feasibility as well. So I'll go to the next slide to talk about staffing. So we were able to retain about 90% of our staffing that we were able to increase last year, but we still have staffing need as we've seen an increase in the request of this year. So total of the district, we need about 18 or so staff to fulfill all of the requests that have come from our families. And those staffing needs are in our activity assistant roles, and they serve in a 15-to-1 ratio in our program. And then in addition to before and after care kids and company, we've also enacted our partnerships and will continue our partnership with the YMCA for those wait lists that are the longest. So that's our Glen Lake, Tanglin, and Eisenhower Elementary. The other elementaries, we feel like we will be able to quickly serve those families and reduce the wait list at those sites. And then, of course, we have our community at Youth Enrichment, who has taken a heavy lift to provide additional courses and classes that can also serve as a Monday through Thursday childcare option if parents schedule properly or a specific way that they need. So that's our update. I don't know, questions?
Acting Chair Ross.
Yes, Treasurer Hartland.
How many students of ours were previously served by YMCA approximately, and are we anticipating the same amount this year?
Yes, so last school year, 55 students were served by the YMCA, and we do that in partnership with one of our neighboring districts.
Okay.
So 55 were just us, and I haven't been able to weed out how many of our students currently. They just got us the report today, but right now they have 75 students signed up. So there is an increase at the YMCA.
And we bus them?
Yes.
The students, okay.
Yes, transportation partners with us to bus.
Okay, and is that staffing ratio that's locked in, is that determined by state statute?
Correct, DHS, Minnesota Department of Human Services.
Thank you.
Acting Chair Ross.
Yes, Chair Andreessen.
Thank you. Thanks for this presentation. As someone who used Kiss & Co. with my kids when they were younger, I appreciate this program so much and the way it builds community, and also understand the struggles of staffing. But I am wondering if you could just talk a little bit more about the decision to not have Kids & Co. at Gatewood, because I guess I was kind of looking at the numbers, and Glen Lake looks like they have the biggest waiting list. So just wondering if there could just be a little bit more discussion about that decision.
Yes, certainly.
Thanks.
So at our Glen Lake location, it's significantly reduced requests. So this school year, we received about 34 requests for care at Gatewood compared to some of our counterparts that were in the hundreds. And so that site then had 5 staff dedicated to it and to serve those 34 children when we know that really they need about 2 to 3 staff to fulfill their needs. And so with taking in account the efficiency of having 5 staff dedicated to 34 children when we know there's a higher need in other sites, we felt that it would be efficient to partner that site with another site so that staffing could be utilized in a more efficient manner and help pull students off of the Glen Lake, for instance, list. So then, but then also, we took into consideration also the rising cost of childcare, and some of our staff are quite senior, so they are at some of the top of the ranges for our pay ranges. So there were those factors into consideration, and then also the continued decline in requests. So also pre-COVID, some of the numbers, there were like 75 requests, and we considered some of the historical context before we made the move as well as space efficiency and those sorts of things. With not being able to have a lot of youth enrichment at Glen Lake due to the growing need of care, and also wanting to have youth enrichment in what we call in the west side of the district. So some weighing those two components.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Did any other board colleagues have any questions before we transition to transportation? I will hand it over to Dr. Mary Pierre Reed to welcome Naisha to the virtual table.
Thank you for your report, Jaleesa, and Ms. Williams, thank you for joining virtually, and to Rural, thank you for being here to help Naisha provide the transportation update. So Naisha, we can start with you.
Thank you. So
Maybe
for
Naisha.
the beginning,
Before you go on, I just wanted to maybe kind of give some context. Then you can go ahead and give us an update on transportation.
Okay.
First of all, I wanted to acknowledge the community members who have been advocating for electric buses. This morning I went through about 40 to 50 postcards which were sent to the superintendent's office around the need for electrical buses. And I know we've had conversation with Director Roper, with some of the community members we have had conversations with around electrical buses. And I just wanted to make sure that the community also understand that our transportation structure currently is a hybrid of us working with independent bus contractors who provide the majority of transportation to the school district. So we are partnering with our two current bus contractors in terms of advocating for a shift to electric buses. And I know they've been working with some of the preferred vendors who have some more information around how we can get some grants which will fund some of those electrical buses. I just want to assure the community that we are listening, we get the feedback, and we are working with our bus contractors in terms of what we can do currently as far as electrical buses are concerned, and we'll be coming back to the community with more information around what the next steps look like. And that being said, I just also kind of want to do an opener before I give over to Director Williams around where we are with transportation. And I know this process for this year started earlier on in the year, and we've worked as a community, as a district, between our schools, our departments, as well as the whole community around what transportation looks like at the beginning of the school year. And I know in the past we've had some struggles, and we've been working hard to make sure that we minimize the impact on our students and community around busing and the safety and security of transporting our students. And I would like to thank Director Williams I would like to thank district leadership on the effort they've put together to make sure that we have a successful start to the school year for 25. It is a challenge with transportation, starting with budgetary. That's one area where we do have a lot of pressure around how to sustain and maintain costs. And I know we have been negotiating with our current bus contractors. If you look across the metro, the average increase on transportation costs is about 16%, which is huge considering our finite resources. So we are trying by all means to make sure that we create efficiencies. We look at our routes. We work with our different stakeholders in minimizing the impact, at the same time providing quality service to our students and our community. And this again is work in progress. We started somewhere, as you will hear from Director Williams, but we are continuously looking at creating all those different efficiencies as a system and build a sustainable transportation network. That being said, I'll give the platform to Director Williams.
Thank you, Director Capenduca. So for this school year, we plan to transport approximately 4,000 students to start the 24-25 school year. And this is across all the district activities that we have at each building. Currently, we have routed 47 Type C big yellow buses, 35 Type A small yellow buses, and 10 vans, which are our Type 3 vehicles. The reason these numbers on the Type A and the Type 3 are subject to change are because with our special services, there are different dynamics in transportation. So at some point, these may increase from now until the start of the school year, depending on how things work. We're pretty much done with routing, but it's a possibility that these will increase, especially in the month of September once we get new enrollees in. For our department, we configured all routes for efficiencies through the transportation registration this year. And we also rearranged everything for the bell times at the secondary level. Next slide, please. So we will be beginning the 24-25 school year with an updated routing to support the secondary bell time alignment. The transportation registration process is complete, and it allows us to focus only on students who need transportation. We are utilizing Metropolitan Transportation, which is MTN, as well as Lake Country Transportation, which is LCT, to navigate driver shortages. Our department leveraged district technology to structure better communication between our families and our transportation department for this year. Does anyone have any questions?
Thank you all for your presentation. Appreciate your time on your busy schedules to walk us through this. So yes, open it up to any of the board colleagues to see if there's any questions they have for any of our directors here.
Vice Chair Ross.
Director Thompson.
Thanks for this update on the busing. I'm thrilled to see that, the reconfigured routes are finding efficiencies. I was just curious, based on how we had done that opt-in to do the transportation registration, we were able to find these efficiencies. Were we able to eliminate any routes altogether, or do we still have the same number of routes?
That's a good question. So it seems that the number is pretty much the same when it comes to the Type C big yellow buses, and that is due to the new bell time configuration. We were able to eliminate routes, but with the bell time configuration, it did actually increase routes. So we're at the same exact number we started at last year for the big yellow buses because of the new bell time alignment.
Understood. Thank you.
And just to add to that also, that means that our special services vehicles have increased from what they were last year. That 35 number is a pretty high number for our special services. We haven't had that many special ed type A buses in the district for, I would say, many years.
Vice Chair Ross? Oh, sorry.
No, you go ahead.
So a question on the new routing. Is there, are we building in a little bit more kind of like lead time or like tolerance time for, you know, if a bus doesn't show up or, you know, for whatever reason, you know, the bus is late? You know, I know that was one pain point potentially last year, and I just want to make sure that we, just wondering what we've done to address things like that. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have added a small portion of cushion for load and unload times, but if we increase too much, then that means students are waiting on the bus when there isn't any foreseen incident happening. So we won't increase it too much just because we've done that in the past, and we have had students sitting at the school site waiting before they're able to actually get off the vehicle to go into the school if we add too much time.
Yeah, to also just add some more context to what Director William just said, we also have increased our leverage of technology in terms of, one, doing dry runs, because that does have an impact in terms of, you know, knowing that as we start the school year, there's a lot of construction in different parts of our boundaries. So we definitely have started dry rounds earlier on so that we can identify those roadblocks along the way where we can proactively communicate with families if there's any impact. We've been working closely with our technology department and our transportation routing software vendor, just making sure that the tablets, the geo systems which we use for directions efficiently working. So we are hoping that that will help with some of those efficiencies.
I appreciate it. I know it's a lot of moving parts. Appreciate it.
Just real quick, I am so happy to hear that you're doing the dry run stuff. That's just awesome. I've felt like that should be happening because, you know, all of a sudden a lane is closed. So do we build that in? So thank you too for doing that. That's awesome.
Can I ask a quick question? Yes. I'm really excited to hear the electric school bus conversation is coming up, so thank you. How many buses did you say that you were applying for? I missed that part for electric school buses.
Naisha, do you know how many buses Lake Country? I know Lake Country did put in application, and I know MTN have been working on that, but I'm not really sure like how many buses they've applied for at this point in time.
So both are going through the process, but I am not sure the exact number of how many buses they have applied for. I can get those details for you, but they are both in the application process.
Okay, and then so if, let's just say all goes well and they're approved, will those buses be here this year or will they be next year?
I would think it depends on when they would be able to roll everything out. So if it was a possibility for this year and we had the structure in place, then I think that would be an option. But if not, so once we go through the process and see if they're approved and what the next steps are, we can determine if it will be this year or if it will be something for next year.
Yeah, because I mean, we also have to look at the infrastructure we have to build, one with the charging stations. So we have to reconfigure some of the access points for those buses, and it might take a little while to get those infrastructures in place. But I mean, we can get more information as we get details from our bus contractors.
Thank you.
May I ask one clarifying question?
Yes, Treasurer Hartline?
So just to be clear, so we did this opt-in process, and so we're serving approximately 4,000 students, so like a slightly more targeted population this year. But any savings there was offset by the fact that we're now accommodating essentially only 2 tiers of start times. We're pretty close anyway, and so we had to add routes back in to make that happen, to have the secondary start times aligned. And so Director Chapanduki, you mentioned a 16% cost increase. Was that like a statewide number, or did you mean that's our number for our increase in transportation costs?
Yeah, so the 16% is, I mean, like if we look across some of the metro area school districts and, the contracts they have in existence, and one of our contractors, which is Lake Country, when we actually brought Lake Country into the system, and this was just before the pandemic,
right.
And the market was still like low in terms of rates, and we maintained that for the first 3 years. And the contract actually had some provisions for us to go back and renegotiate. So we renegotiated with them, which kind of brought them to par with what we are really seeing out there in terms of the market, which is definitely fair for them. So that was one of the factors which really has had some impacts around the transportation budget, as well as, just the fact that we are now operating with 2 different bus contractors, which has put a bit of pressure around the transportation budget.
So do you think that the initial projection, so I remember from some of our budgeting talks that you had increased the projection in what our transportation costs would be, was that sufficient, or do you think our actual costs are going to eclipse even that number?
Yeah, definitely. We are going to have to come and revise those numbers. What we've presented with what we are seeing in terms of the cost of transportation and the service we have to provide definitely needs funds propped up in that budget. So we are still working on some of those modalities. We do have some estimates of what that might look like, but we're also trying to create some efficiencies so that we may minimize any budgetary impacts.
Okay, and did you say last year we had talked about, since we're in this place of operating at a deficit, would significantly increased costs in one area mean that we have to discuss it again at the board table? So will we, if you find out that our spend on transportation is quite a bit greater, will we hear about that at the board level?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
We have to bring that back to the board, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Chair Andreessen, did I see that you have your hand, or am I not looking at the screen correctly?
I feel like you're just reading my mind. I was about to say Vice Chair Ross. So thank you.
Yep.
I was just wondering, just for our community's sake and also for mine, I've been experiencing a little bit of anxiety as a parent with this new opt-in process around busing. So one, I'm wondering, how can parents who have opted in rest assured that we're included in this route, that we know that our kid's going to have a bus to take them to school and home? And then also, how are you planning for those who are either new to the district and didn't know that they needed to opt in, or people who find that they do indeed need transportation and didn't opt in? I'm wondering if that's been built into the plan.
Thank you. So for the first question, what we did do was just upload all of the students that did register for transportation in our system and set them up with transportation, we do still have all the record of who, just in case there was, say, a family that wasn't on our list, which we've gone over it and we feel like we've routed everybody that did say that they needed transportation. But just in case, we have our list and we're able to pull that up to make sure and cross-reference, and we would add them if there was some type of issue at that point. When it comes to new families, we have a system that we've worked out with the enrollment department. So I did have enrollment add a checkbox on the new enrollment packet that families can check if they're opting into transportation. So enrollment sends that to me twice a week. And once there's a new family, we just go ahead and add them. At this point, it's late in the school year, so we add them to the closest existing stop until we're able to reroute and make those changes after the start of the school year for all new families. Did I answer? That was 2 questions, right? Answer both questions? Okay.
And then, so then I'm wondering, like, let's say that there's a family who opted in, thought they opted in, but didn't actually. So they would then contact the office and they would be going to the nearest route until they can get rerouted. That would be their process as well.
Yes, and most families that move into the district are already on a close stop. It's just for families that, say, for instance, if there's just a stop that's a little bit too far, they would get the closest stop until we are able to reroute. And that's new families only. That process is set up with enrollment. If there are families who may have possibly had a change in circumstances, we do have a system that we set up, and I went and trained I worked with the secondary, the elementary, and early childhood to kind of train them and give them our transportation question and answers and our FAQ that pretty much lays out what you would do in that situation. And for those families, they're able to opt in throughout the year. There's 3 more times throughout the year, which are aligned with our high school's beginning of their quarter. So when the high school's new quarter begins, that's when you're able to opt into transportation again.
Great, thank you.
Were there any other questions from my board colleagues? Well, thank you, all the directors, for your time and your presentation today. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, I'd like to echo that thanks. Thank you, Naisha, for showing up this evening and all your work coordinating transportation. Thank you, Jaleesa, for all of your work with before and after care. Nick and Truro, appreciate all of your hard efforts as well. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, now I do want to highlight one thing. What I want to be able to do is let my board colleagues know we're going to move the incidental reports to next agenda. So I want to be able to make a motion to be able to move that particular item to next agenda, or next meeting. Let me clarify that, next meeting agenda. So is there a motion to be able to move this section, incidental reports, to the next meeting agenda that we're going to have?
Yes, Acting Chair Ross, because the document that we needed to look at in order to approve it was not linked to the agenda, I move that we change this incidental report and put it on the next agenda, which would be on September 10th.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those approved, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Are there any nays? Okay. So now I'm going to transition back to our board reports. And I do apologize, I goofed by not allowing you guys to introduce yourselves at the beginning of the meeting. So I am now going to grant this opportunity for board members to introduce themselves. And if you have a board report, please feel free to state it. I think I want to start with Chair Andreessen, since she's virtual and not at she's at the virtual table. So Chair Andreessen, the floor is yours for your board report.
Thank you, Vice Chair Ross. I appreciate it. My name is Shannon Andreessen. I am this is my 5th year serving on the Hopkins School Board. And I have a rising junior at the high school, and also another child who graduated from Hopkins High. And I do not have anything to report this evening, except that I have to attend this meeting virtually because I am isolating due to COVID. So I appreciate everyone taking over and putting up with that necessity.
Thank you, Chair Andreessen. I will now pass the baton over to Director Westmoreland.
Good evening. I'm Jen Westmoreland. I'm in the middle of my 2nd term on the Hopkins School Board. I'm a proud graduate of Hopkins Schools. It's also where I began my teaching career as a long-term sub. And en français, in French. And I have a child who is at West Middle School who is currently adjusting to the new start time. And they'll be in 8th grade. I wanted to share some information about some professional development that I did over the summer, but I'm really aware of the time, and I know that we have community members who want to give public comment, so I will wait and give my summer update board report at our next meeting.
Hi,
Director
I'm Jiming Zhao. I use he, him pronouns. I have, this is my year and a half on the board. I have 2 children in the district, in rising 4th grader and a rising 1st grader in the Xing Xing program at Eisenhower. And very excited for back to school. I think I remember why we're doing all this is for our kids. So appreciate everybody here.
My name is Jason Ross. I'm the vice chair. As you could tell from the virtual meeting, I've been acting as the chair, so I'm going to definitely give my flowers to Chair Andreessen. She will be back, and you guys will be in better hands. This is my first, or actually 4th year in my first term, so my year is going to be concluding relatively soon, and I have 3 kids, 2 of which, I have twins. They're going to be 6th graders, rising 6th graders, starting in 2 weeks, and then I have a 3rd grader in 2 weeks. 3rd grader will be at Tangleland, the 6th graders will be at North. I will pass it over to Superintendent Dr. Mary Perry Reed.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Rhoda Marie Perry Reed, Superintendent. I'm starting my 8th year in this role. I will have a 7th grader at West and a junior at our high school. And I will provide a thorough superintendent update at our September board meeting. There's lots happening across the district this past summer, mostly very exciting, and I look forward to updating our community. Thank you.
All right, I am Treasurer Rachel Hartland. I use she, her pronouns. I have 3 children in our district who are in their 9th, 7th, and 5th grade years at Hopkins High School, North Middle School, and Meadowbrook Elementary. I have happily lived in the district for 8 years now, and I'm proud to be, I guess, wrapping up my 3rd year on the board, maybe entering my 4th. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Brooke Roper, and I use she, her pronouns. This is going on my 2nd year and 1 year and a half. I was elected last November, so I will say this is my 2nd year. But I have 2 rising students in the district as well, going to 1st and 2nd grade. As Director Westmoreland mentioned, I also do have some summer updates about some professional development opportunities that I engaged in. But I we'll say that for the interest of time. But I do want to mention that on Friday, I will be presenting at the State Fair on the importance of electric school buses with my transportation team. And so I will keep you all posted and post great pictures so you can follow, and I'll share that as well next time.
Director Roper, if we wanted to go to the state fair and see you present, what time is that happening and where is it happening?
Oh, sorry. Yes, it's going to be in the Echo Center at 10 a.m.
Very cool. Thank you.
It's a good time to get to the state fair, actually.
Can you get us tickets?
I'll try. I'll put in a good word.
Kai Thompson, I'm the clerk on the school board. I started in January. I have 3 kids in the district starting 8th and 9th grade. They are involved in athletics practice already, busy with that. And then my youngest will be a 4th grader. My only report there is that he was on a baseball team with Vice Chair Ross's youngest last spring, summer, and their home field for the Hopkins Youth Baseball Association is the newly renovated Eisenhower baseball field right here, which is just an awesome asset to have renewed, revitalized. There was a great ribbon cutting ceremony the first game they played there with the mayor of Hopkins was there for that. He threw out the first pitch, did a good job. So that's like kind of a fun thing. So thank you.
All right, thank you guys all. Okay, so now we are moving towards our final options for public comment. And these are items that are not on the agenda. So I do have a laundry list of things to read out to you guys. So these are going to be the guidelines that we have to follow, and we have to read these out every time we know we're going to have a public comment. So just that everybody understands the rules of engagement. We want to ensure that you please keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. Public comment is for input only. Members of the school board will not respond directly to the public comments that are made at this meeting. No specific action will be taken at this meeting in response to the comments that are made or issues that are raised during the public comment period related to items not on the agenda. If the board determines that the action is appropriate, the action will occur at a future board meeting. If you've left your contact information on the card, which I have 3 cards in front of me, a district representative may follow up with you after the meeting. I will only recognize 1 speaker at a time. Only those speakers who are recognized will be permitted to speak. Individuals who interfere with or interrupt speakers, the board, or the proceedings may be asked to leave. Personal attacks on any individual, including any other speaker during public comment session, are unacceptable, and any obscenities or profanities is unacceptable as well. Persistence in making such remarks will end the individual's opportunity to address the board and may result in an individual being directed to leave. I will rule out of order any statement that would violate state or federal law, school board policy, or privacy rights of an individual. Minnesota's open meeting law prohibits the discussion of private educational data during an open meeting. According to the public comment session, no person may discuss private educational data on an unidentifiable student. The open meeting law also requires the board to close a meeting for preliminary consideration of allegations against the employee. Accordingly, community members who have concerns about an employee or want to file a complaint or allegations against the employee are encouraged to contact the superintendent. We ask you not name an employee by name during your comments. Repeated violations of these time, place, and manner restrictions may also lead to the meeting being briefly recessed. Community members will also have an opportunity to be heard within the limits of the law and subject to the time, place, manner restrictions above. Thank you for sitting there and listening to my monologue and the guidelines, and thank you for participating in public comment this evening. So the first individual that I want to invite up is Eric Mandel.
Give me a moment, I have some documents here. Thank you all. My name is Eric Mandel. I am the father of 2 Hopkins students. I last spoke before this board in June regarding the assault on a transgender student that took place at the end of the school year. That was also the first meeting that I attended, and afterwards I spent actually much of the summer studying and doing a lot of research, including watching over 30 school board meetings and literally reading hundreds of articles and publications. I've also started my own blog, Hopkins270.com, to gather and share my thoughts and concerns about the current direction of the Hopkins Public Schools. For those that don't know, over the last several years, students in the gender-expansive LGBTQ+ community in the Hopkins Public Schools and their parents have repeatedly asked the district administration and this board to provide readily accessible gender-neutral bathrooms in our public schools. To date, the administration and this board has, and continues to this day, to fail these students. And that failure arguably resulted in the end-of-the-year assault on a transgender student at Hopkins High School. That was not addressed in today's earlier discussion. It has been 81 days since that assault and 70 days since the last school board meeting. Our kids will be back at school in a few days, and from what I understand, we've done nothing over the summer to ensure that students who identify as non-binary or transgender will have gender-neutral bathrooms readily accessible to them, specifically in the high school and middle schools. How did we get to the point of ignoring pleas from this at-risk group? Before I sat down, I handed this board 2 documents. Due to the time limitations placed on my comments, I will not be able to explain all of this in detail. Instead, I point you and anyone listening into my comments to my blog at Hopkins270.com, where I address this topic in detail. In 2017-2018, the Minnesota Department of Human Rights investigated school districts across the state for racial discrimination based on data showing racial disparities in exclusionary discipline. In August 2018, MDHR publicly announced a series of so-called settlement agreements with 40 school districts and charters, including Hopkins. The 2 documents I've shared relate to the announced settlement, but they do not align. The PowerPoint slide that I presented in the presenter notes shows that it was reported by the district restorative practices coordinator to this school board and to the public that there was an agreement with MDHR that required implementation of restorative cultural practices district-wide. That was the statement made. It is available on video. If you turn to the second document, you'll see the Hopkins didn't sign a settlement agreement with MDHR. It took me a long time to find this. Instead, what you see on the top of page 1 was that we signed a collaboration agreement, not a settlement agreement. Why? If you look at paragraph 11 on page 4, you'll see that MDHR did not find any indication of wrongdoing by Hopkins schools or any legal basis to allege that this district was discriminating against students of color. I want to be clear. I am not saying that racism does not exist in the United States, Minnesota, the Twin Cities, or maybe even in homes served by the Hopkins Public Schools.
Thank you, Mr. Mendel.
I will continue my comments online.
Thank you.
All right, I would like to welcome Debbie Hahn.
Hi, I know some of you. My name is Debbie Hahn. I'm the parent of 2 current Hopkins students, one of whom is transgender. One of my kids attends Hopkins High School as a 12th grader, and one attends North as an 8th grader. I'm also this week beginning my 25th year teaching in Hopkins Public Schools. I've spent all of those 25 years at North Middle School. I have been at least part-time in the classroom all of those 25 years. It's my passion, it's my grounding. I've also had various leadership roles in the district, including as a district-wide peer coach, building instructional coach, tech coach. I've served on Hopkins instructional leadership team, building instructional leadership teams. I share that because I want you to know that Hopkins has been my second home, and I'm deeply invested in this community. And while I also love my neighborhood community in Northeast Minneapolis, my husband and I chose to open and enroll our kids in Hopkins. because of what we do and who we are. I love our students and families and my colleagues and administrators at North. They knock it out of the park pretty much every single day. I believe that if we can execute our vision and mission in a truly diverse community, my kids will be better people and our community will be better for it. I believed Hopkins was a great place for my kids to be educated, including learning to be good humans. And now as a teacher and as a parent, I'm disillusioned, discouraged, and afraid. I'm also angry and resolute. The assault of Cobalt Sovereign and the missing and misguided and even harmful Hopkins High School and district response after was a deep system and moral failing. It is causing harm to the LGBTQ+ members of our community. I believe in our vision, and we are not executing or manifesting that vision with fidelity. We aren't. I do not see leaders requiring accountability to our vision and values when it comes to full, authentic inclusion for our transgender students. We are letting down some of the most vulnerable and marginalized students in our system. Cobalt should not have had to use a bathroom where she was misgendered and where she was ultimately unsafe. Let's remind ourselves, Cobalt's teeth were shattered and her jaw was broken in 3 places. Unfortunately, we parents saw this coming. We have worked for years independently and as a group, multiple conversations for years across schools. When my kid was a first grader, I had conversations with you, Rod, I had conversations with Meadowbrook principals, some responsiveness, but as a system, we're letting them down. We need you to carefully read the letter we sent to the board. We parents need a substantial and timely response to our requests. In particular, as we return to school, maps in all schools to open, safe, well-maintained, gender-inclusive bathrooms, an update on plans for system-wide training around these issues. Specific anti-bias bullying training needs to be in addition to the general safety and security issues discussed before. It needs to be in addition to that. That's not enough. It's doable. There are systems that do this. There are schools that do it. We do it well at North. Kids feel like they belong. They're safe. They have access to bathrooms. There are bigger school systems than Hopkins.
Thank you, Ms.
bigger
Hahn.
high schools than Hopkins that do it. And we need to hold ourselves and, in particular, Hopkins administration and all adults in our system accountable for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn.
And the last individual I would like to welcome up is Ms. Garcia, Amanda Garcia.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. I'm the parent of a rising Hopkins senior, as well as a recent class of 2024 graduate. Our family has navigated much of the LGBTQIA+ experience with Hopkins District over the last few years. Our family has changed our students' preferred name and pronouns with the schools, only to have Hopkins High School publicly post our students' dead name on a list for the whole school to see on state standardized testing day. Have a teacher use our student's dead name when handing out those tests, and our student be ridiculed by fellow students who had never even known our student by any other name but their preferred name. When our gender expansive student made the move to the high school, well after the district adopted the gender inclusion policy guaranteeing a student access to a gender neutral bathroom, we couldn't find a gender neutral bathroom at the open house. We asked around, we waited for counselors, we emailed the counselor, we were told there might be a key, there wasn't a key. It took weeks into the school year before my student even knew where to go to the bathroom. Eventually, bathrooms were noted where these students were to go, but then some were locked. And one had a broken lock for over 100 days. And when a trans student spoke to Hopkins High School administration about it, he was told it was not a priority to the custodial staff and to write the custodial staff a letter. When students were tearing down the Gender and Sexuality Alliance Club signs and hacking into the GSA Club email group to send them offensive emails, the students themselves had to investigate who the offenders were, like Scooby-Doo style. When it was determined who the offended students were, administration sat them in a room with the GSA leaders under the guise of restorative practices, and nothing happened. It wasn't restorative, it was further victimization of these students. I can tell you that we did not need an assault on a student in May of 2024 to tell us that we need to do better by our LGBTQIA students. We need to only turn on the news or read in the newspaper these days to see that anti-LGBTQIA sentiment is growing, and our students see it and they feel it. They see it in our schools every day. A group of us parents sent you a letter over a month ago asking for communication and accountability, primarily centered around showing us how this school year is going to be different and better. How are you going to keep our kids safe? How is this year going to be better than last? How are you going to show me that my kid is going to be safe at school this year? And we've heard nothing to tell us that this year is going to be better. I understand that investigations are underway, but we don't need investigation results to tell us that we need to be better. We have not forgotten what happened last spring, and we're not going to let you forget either. Our students matter, and the longer this goes on unacknowledged, it's further traumatization to those that are affected, our students and these families.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia.
I'm going to move the meeting to adjournment at this time. So I'm looking for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The meeting is adjourned. The time right now is 9:42 p.m. Central Standard.